Hey guys, welcome back. Get ready, because today we are jumping back into the world of Mushoku Tensei. In this video, we're covering volume 23, including chapters 1 to 7. Sit back, relax, and let's get into it. Volume 22, Chapter 1, Infiltrating Fort Necros, Part 1. Demon Continent, Guthro Region. It is one of the most severe areas of the Demon Continent. The monsters living on the Demon Continent, when compared to the other continents, are extremely strong and numerous. However, even on the Demon Continent, there are distributions. Like how the Bigoya region has many acid wolves and pack coyotes, this region is overflowing with monsters that are much stronger than the other regions. Able to release a petrifying breath, the basilisk. Flying freely through the sky and attacking with its powerful jaws and poisonous claws, the black drake. Imitating a pond, the enormous lake slime. Extremely nimble and covered in hard scales that resist magic, the white-fanged serpent. Besides that, there are areas that are covered in poison gas and deep valleys, so this region is called the worst part of the Demon Continent. There are few towns or villages, and the ones that exist are transforming into secure fortresses. Even adventurers rarely come here. However, it is said that those on journeys to sharpen their combat skills have this region as their final goal. After all, this region has the fortress once built by the immortal five-elements demon king Necros Lacros, the strongest fortress on the Demon Continent. The one ruling here is Demon King Atofer Atofe, the immortal demon king of the Guthro region. 400 years ago, she was a powerful warrior for Laplace, who clashed countless times with the party of the armored Dragon King Perugius. Among martial artists, there was a legend about her that is thought by many to be true. You who desire power, travel forth. You who desire power, set your gaze on the Demon Continent. Journey through the Demon Continent. Reach Fort Necros. Journey through the Demon Continent, gain audience with the immortal Demon King Atofer Atofe. Display your power to the Demon King, and thirst for a greater power. You shall gain an overwhelming power that you have never seen the likes of before. And the ones who follow the legend and set out on a journey are never heard from again. Nobody knows the truth. I know it, though. Most die along the way, and the rest are forced into Atofe's elite guards. Occasionally there are those who return, but even if there are only one or two people who tell the truth, the rumor shouldn't disappear. That rumor is probably erased by Atofe's associate, Moore. It's a cool trap, playing with the naive hearts of martial artists, a devil's trap. Well then, the members that are going to meet her number 3, me, Eris, and Roxy. Aisha is in charge of mediation with Asura and Millis on behalf of the Kingdom of Dragon King. By the way, we're bringing alcohol as a gift. According to Orsted, Atofe seems to be fond of alcohol. Well, even so, it will probably turn into a fight. Part 2. Fort Necros was about 3 hours from the teleportation ruins. That is not such a great distance, but the teleportation ruins are in the mountains, and furthermore, it is in the middle of a black drake nesting ground. We traveled on foot while shooting the black flying dragons out of the sky, turning the defeated drakes into yakiniku and the discovered eggs into tamagoyaki. From fairly high up the mountain, we descended while sometimes evading the attacking monsters, but other times routing them, and arrived after a full day. This is the first time I have been to a teleportation ruin so close to human habitation. Or rather, this is the first place where people live that I have been to that is so thick with mana. Well, we can afford to take it easy. When I turn to face her, Eris is gleefully cutting apart the attacking monsters. It is as if she is saying it is the result of her daily practice. Although she certainly has never skipped out on practice swings, she should not have had that many chances to fight. It seems she has been hunting the monsters around the town when I was not looking.
As expected of such a feared place. Just thinking of coming here alone gives me goosebumps.
Roxy still has a long way to go.
Back in my adventurer days, I moved around more. But recently, I have just been working at a desk.
If you are like that, you will be looked down on by the students.
You are right. Then, please help me practice sometime.
Of course!
While listening to Eris and Roxy's conversation, I looked down at the fortress spread out beneath us. The overall color is black. It is probably made from the same materials as Kishirika's castle. It is not too large. It seems to be just a castle and town protected by thick ramparts. It is not a rare sight in this world. What classifies it as a fortress is probably its structure. It is separated into 5 blocks by the ramparts and goes up like a staircase. The 3 bottom ones are a normal castle town. The second from the top contains buildings that do not look inhabited and something that looks like a sports ground. They are probably military installations. At the top, a black castle-like building towers imposingly. That is probably the keep. We end up approaching it from behind. From back here, it looks pretty defenseless. Although since the rear is guarded by a mountain, it is only natural.
Oh? Someone's there.
As we drew closer while thinking that, we saw people standing upon the rampart. There are around 5 people wearing black armor, outfitted with helmets. They are watching us and seem to be raising a bit of a fuss.
Do you suppose it would be bad manners to enter from this side?
No, there is no such etiquette. They are probably talking about how rare it is for travelers to approach from the mountain.
When Roxy plainly said that, Eris rapidly progressed forward. What should we do if arrows rained down from above? Though I was thinking that, the people on the wall were not showing any signs of attacking. Before long, we reached the rampart. There seems to be a rear gate, since I confirmed the existence of a large door. Since it is a black gate on a black wall, it is not visible from afar, but looking up close, it is quite obvious.
Oh, heroes! Congratulations on reaching Fort Necros!
It is the demon god language. It has been a while. Like how you never forget how to ride a bike, learned languages are not forgotten so easily. Rather, what did they mean by heroes?
What admirable spirit, crossing the demon mountain! Is what you seek the honor of being a champion? Or perhaps it is the demon king's power? Whichever it is makes no difference to us. If you want to pass here, you will first have to defeat us, Atofe's elite guards.
If you could tell Mor-san that Rudeus Greyrat brings tribute for Atofe-sama, it would be a great help. It may be better to tell them up front that I am no one suspicious. While I was thinking that and about to turn around...
Wait! Are you a visitor for Atofe-sama?
Yes, I have talked with her a little before. I would like to give her my greetings.
I understand. We are opening the gate.
Oh, they seem to be willing to let us in. It is bothersome going around, so it is good that we can go right in.
I wanted to enter from the front, though.
Please excuse me from an attraction like having to defeat the Shitenno to proceed. Part 3. We arrived in Fort Necros' audience chamber. It does not have a ceiling. It is an open-air room. There is a long staircase sandwiched between thick pillars carved with devil-like images. At the top of the stairs is a large, spacious room. The room is surrounded by candles burning with violet flames, and in front of each candle is a soldier clad in black armor standing at attention. The room is completely open, with no walls or handrails. If you approach the edge, you could probably look down on the castle town. In the center is an ominously decorated throne. No, this probably isn't an audience chamber. This is probably that. The place where in dire times, a giant magic circle is engraved to call out an ancient devil. Then, the hero's party will fight the Demon King to prevent it. This is that kind of place. It is not an audience chamber. It is a battleground.
Oh, heroes! Well done in coming this far!
Now then, sitting on the throne is a woman.
She is wearing the same black armor as the others around us. Her height is around the same as Eris's. With a gleeful face, she spread her mantle. The evening sun descending over the mountain cast a profound shadow upon her. It appears to be a very impressive and fantastic scene. It appears to be.
I am the immortal demon king, Atofaratofe Raibaku!
We entered through the back gate, met with more, and waited for about 2 hours to be brought to this battleground. Were they making preparations during that short time? Or did they anticipate this fantastic scenery and wait for evening? Either way, I will give them 4 stars.
How admirable! Coming this far with the body of a human! Oh, brave ones who overcame countless trials! I ask you thus, is what you desire the prestige of being a champion? Or is it the title of hero? Or perhaps the Demon King's power?
What a distasteful question. If you answer champion or hero, you get beaten up and made into a subordinate. And if you answer Demon King's power, you are made into a subordinate without getting beaten up. It is an extreme multiple choice where you can only answer yes. Somehow Eris started grinning. That is right. You like this kind of stuff, do you not?
Atofe-sama, mumble.
Right then, the nearby black-armored Moor whispered something into Atofe's ear. It is probably about the program. Even though I said that I came to apologize, she has been saying hero this and hero that, so there was probably some kind of misunderstanding.
Shut up! It is too bright here and I cannot understand!
Atofe punch. Moor-kun is blown away.
Show me your face!
Atofe left her fist that blasted Moor out and rapidly approached. And then she was right before my eyes. As soon as our eyes met, Atofe's expression rapidly changed. She is glaring. And then she spoke in a low voice. It is you.
It has been a while.
After working with Perogius to catch me in a trap, you, without concern, came here.
Atofe has a ferocious smile on her face. However, that is within expectations. That is why we brought a tribute. It is no exaggeration to say that we came here to apologize. About that, I would like to give my apologies.
It is fine. You are making a much more manly face than last time. It is a good face, full of resolve. The heroes that challenged me all had that kind of face.
Atofe is not listening to me. She is just closing in on my face with her eyes spread. Then she smiled, showing her teeth. I could see her growing fangs.
It is the face of someone prepared to die.
Huh? That is strange. I should have predicted this. Why are my legs trembling? Not good. The trembling is spreading to my whole body. Then my vision was filled with something red. Red hair.
Get away!
Eris forced herself between me and Atofe. Who the hell are you?
Rudeus Greyrat.
Atofe took a step backwards. Then she stared into Eris's face. That is a good expression. Good killing intent. And you are even carrying good weapons. And your guts to prepare to cut me down. Atofe shot Eris a sharp gaze. Eris stared back with a beast-like glint in her eyes. The tension is rising.
Are you a hero?
That is right!
No, it isn't. What the hell are you saying? That woman is determined and observing the surroundings? A magician?
That is right. My name is Roxy Greyrat. It is an honor to meet you.
Roxy Moverger the Wafe slightly lowered the brim of her hat and gave a greeting. I think it is pretty obvious that she is a magician, just from looking at her clothes, though. You also have a good expression. You want to fight me?
If Demon King Sama is planning on killing my student, then yes. Though I am not worthy.
Even the calm Roxy is planning to fight, which means I am currently cowering that much. Enough that she thinks she has to protect me. That is no good. I have got to pull it together. Cool. That is interesting. The three of you are all Greyrats. For three people who just happen to have the same name to gather and come before me is truly interesting. That interpretation is certainly interesting. Both Eris and Roxy are my wives. Yep. Okay, I have calmed down. Atofe-sama, before fighting, can you listen to what I have to say? Why? Because we came to talk. I hate talking, since you human race people always say things I cannot understand. I think what I have to say is pretty easy to understand.
Then I exchanged looks with Roxy. She put down the bag she was carrying and drew out a wooden box. I received it from her and held it out reverently in both hands to Atofe. First, take this. It is an apology for last time. What is this? It is wine from the kingdom of Asura. Alcohol. Atofe's complexion changed, just like my information. According to Orsted, among the heroes that fought her were those that challenged her to a drinking contest, planning to defeat her when she was dead drunk. They ended up losing, though. In the drinking contest, that is.
During the Asura Kingdom's coronation ceremony, it was presented to the crown by Lord Rudeus Greyrat, an extremely rare and expensive good.
Is it tasty?
Very. Or so I answered, but I never tasted it, so I do not really know. According to Ariel, this is wine that was produced 100 years ago. Yes, so please forgive me for the previous matter.
Ha ha! I forgive you! I am much more lenient than that Perugius.
Something like that is nothing to me.
Thank you very much. However, I will not forgive Perugius. I will kill him someday.
Please feel free. That is something between the two of them. I am sure Perugius will not bow his head for forgiveness.
So, is that all?
No, there is something else. I took out one more bottle from Roxy's bag. This is something I got from Orsted. This one is not in a box, and the maker and price are unknown. The glass bottle seems old and is losing transparency, and some sort of pattern is carved in it. However, Orsted said that Atofe will be pleased with it, so I think the contents should not be bad. This is... Why? It was snatched away. Do not tell me. It cannot be. More!
At her sudden scream, the black armors became discomposed. In the rowdy atmosphere, one person calmly approached. It is the man whose face caved in and collapsed in a pool of blood. More.
What do you think?
It is exactly the same as what we saw before.
Right? You! Where did you get this from?
From my master, Dragon God Orsted, who wishes to get along with Atofe-sama.
Dragon God? Then there is no mistake.
Atofe looked at the bottle while trembling from head to toe.
This is without a doubt what Orupane sent for mine and Kaal's wedding. The phantom alcohol passed down through the dragon race.
Oh, so something like that happened? Then of course she would be pleased with it.
It is without a doubt the phantom alcohol passed down through the dragon race.
Oh, so something like that happened? Then of course she would be pleased with it.
It is without a doubt the phantom alcohol passed down through the dragon race.
Oh, so something like that happened? Then of course she would be pleased with it.
A Leshnile dragon god jewel spirit.
Whoa, what an amazing special technique. I am getting goosebumps. Or rather, it is ale, huh? The glass was so dark I could not tell.
That is the only time I have ever drank this. I have searched far and wide, and finally I have it once again.
Autofe held the bottle so joyously that it seems like that sound effect would play. In any event, if she is pleased with it, then that is great. I should say as expected of Orsted. He knows well who would like what. I feel sorry for Ariel, but this match is Orsted's complete victory.
I have decided. I will defeat you and take this alcohol.
I am giving it to you!
What?
It is a small gesture of friendship from the dragon god Orsted to immortal demon king Autofe.
Question marks are rising from Atofe's head. When 3 question marks have risen, her head burst.
You do not chicken out. Fight me! Even without a fight, I am giving you that alcohol. I do not get what you are saying.
So she does not get it? Is that so? I'm pretty sure I made it easy to understand, though.
It is not a banquet. It is not a congratulatory event. It is not as an apology.
In that case, why would you offer something like this?
Right. To tell the truth, in the near future, I am going to be fighting with a man called Gisu. He said he was going to gather powerful troops to defeat me. I was thinking I would like Atofi-sama's assistance for that fight. I'm not going to touch the topic of the coming war against Laplace. According to Orsted, if I ask her to help in the war against Laplace, she would definitely not give her approval, and it would end up becoming a fight. It's not like she feels a sense of duty towards Laplace. It's simply that it's too complicated for her to understand. Okay, I understand. I am not an idiot, after all. It is fine. I will do that.
Atofe definitely does not understand it very well. She is nodding with the same face as Eris when she says, I understand, when she really does not. This kind of answer means that Atofe probably will not be taken along by Gisu's cajolery. So then, is the talk over?
Yes.
Thus, I gained Atofe's cooperation. The Death God and the Immortal Demon King. Getting the 2 people who defeated me to this side feels like a large advantage. I don't know where Gisu is or what he's doing, but it looks like things are favorable so far. But I'm glad. At first, I was thinking it would turn into a fight and was on guard, but it's great that we won't have to...
Okay, now let's duel!
Huh?
Earlier, you said, before we fight. Our conversation is over. Then next, we fight.
Huh? I said something like that? No, but... Huh? I gave her alcohol and was forgiven. She promised to fight on my side. There shouldn't be any more reason to fight. That's strange. Orsted never told me about any of this.
I am the Immortal Demon King, Atofe Teratofe Raibaku. Heroes, all 3 of you, come at me at once!
Why the hell? I'm bewildered. Roxy also has question marks above her head. The elite guards aren't moving, so this is probably the Atofe standard. However, an astonished atmosphere is floating this way.
Moore has a there's no helping it kind of expression. There's only one person who stepped out in front, as if to say she's been waiting for this.
I'll be your opponent.
As if the distance to her opponent doesn't matter, she walked right up in front of Atofe and brought her face close.
You want to fight me one-on-one?
Their faces are close enough that you could think they may be about to kiss.
There's no need for Rudeus to take on someone like you.
You said too much, little girl. Atofe fell for that obvious provocation and let out killing intent.
In these past 100 years, you're the only one to say something like that to me.
If she wasn't holding a bottle in each hand, that would have been a cool line. However, if she fights like this, the bottles will surely break. Or so I was thinking. But Moore said, I shall take care of these, from beside them, and carried them away.
Someone like you is fitting to be one of my elite guards. I'll beat you to a pulp and make you my subordinate. If you lose, will you do what Rudeus says?
Sure.
Fight. Win. Make an ally. Easy to understand means something like this, huh? I messed up. I made a bit of a misunderstanding.
I'll give you something, so forgive me for earlier, and I'll give you something else, so become my ally is too complicated for a Tofei. In any event, I knew from the beginning that it would likely turn into a fight. Fight, win, and make Demon King a Tofei into a supporter. We made plans for that and properly prepared. Let's do it.
Thus, our fight with Demon King Atofa Radafe began. Volume 22, Chapter 2. Fierce Battle. Demon Lord Atofe. Summary up to the previous time. The battle with Atofe began. I am the immortal Demon Lord Atofa Ratofe Ryback. I'll bestow you with the title of hero if you can defeat me. If you lose, I'll make you my puppet and use you until your last breath. Spreading an overwhelming killing intent was Atofe. Moreover, the one who was opposing her was the figure of a hero. Sword King Rudeus Greyrat. Eris held one of the sword god's 7 swords, Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword, above her head and confronted Atofe. Sword god style, huh? She happily unsheathed her sword without separating eye contact from Eris. I'll tell you beforehand, the Sword of Light is ineffective against me. Eris isn't agitated by Atofe's words. Even she knows that. She has heard about the legend of the immortal Demon Lord. Immortal Demon Lord Atofe can never be defeated. She doesn't have any technique. Her sword is dull and slow. She just can't die. No matter how many attacks she takes, no matter how many fatal wounds she sustains, she won't die. She will rise even after receiving any type of attack, and then gain victory at the end. That is the immortal Demon Lord Atofe. There are only less than 10 veterans, including one of the 3 heroes Demon Slayer, who were able to oppose her during Laplace's military campaign. Feared as the symbol of dread, the only one who was said to have solely defeated her was the North God Kalman IV.
Can I defeat that demon lord in front of my eyes with my strength alone? Nay, it's impossible with just one person. Exultation can be felt for challenging a legendary being, but she doesn't hold any techniques to defeat Atofe. However, there is no need to lament over that. Even if she doesn't have a playing hand, there is a person who already has one, since the arrangement of that situation has already ended in advance before coming here.
Atofe, impatient and taunting.
Hey, say something.
Eris doesn't talk.
Well, there was a fellow like you who concentrated all the nerves and fired an extremely powerful blow.
Atofe, wicked and amused.
I remember it since I have good memory. Although that blow never did reach me, and I smashed that person with my fist like a frog.
Atofe might have recalled about that time. She glared at Eris while a wicked smile, coo, rose to her face.
How about it, Rudeus Greyrat? It's a once-in-a-lifetime gamble. Would you expose ungratefulness in front of your trusting comrades? Or is it honor?
Atofe's neck is right here. If you take my head back home, you will be regarded as a hero of the human race and leave your name in history for eternity. Striking her neck with a tauntaun is Atofe, with an expression that is overflowing with self-confidence. This woman won't be able to kill me. The surrounding Imperial guards are sighing.
Atofe-sama is getting negligent again. Nevertheless, against heroes, letting them get one attack in is an unavoidable disposition for the race of the immortal demon lords.
Not really. I don't want something like honor or anything, but I'll slice off your head! Atofe's shout reverberates. The evening sun falls behind the mountains, the surroundings are wrapped up in slight darkness, and the violet flame lighted on the candlestick shines upon the 2 people.
Atofei's eyes that glitter with burning fire. Eris's eyes that are undauntedly staring back. The gazes of the two cross, and their killing intent collides together. A critical situation of two people. Oh! However, the Imperial Guards weren't watching the two of them that time. They were looking behind Eris. There stood a giant. A stone giant was standing within the slight darkness, having a height of 3 meters. Where the hell did it came from? Is it summoning magic? No, there are no traces of how it was done. Furthermore, a blue-haired magician is standing separated several steps from that giant. As if to say it's a success, the giant suddenly grips its hand and looks up from behind. Oh. The reason Eris of the Sword God style, possessor of a seemingly rough disposition, didn't attack, a person who was standing within the Imperial Guards understood it and let out a voice of admiration. The reason is that while Eris was stalling for time, Rudeus was busy in preparation. He summoned the magic armor MK1. Whoa! Oh, whoa.
The shadow standing behind Eris, Atofei groaned, looking up at it. There is a remembrance. That armor. Even before Laplace's military campaign, during the Second Great Human Demon War, she remembers seeing it before it was sealed. Its form is slightly different. Its color is slightly different. However, those are trivial things. Like hell are there many instances of this sort of armor in this world that can be collected. Atofei, with dread-filled realization. Fighting God armor. Atofei was looking up, dumbfounded, and muttering. Eris screamed with exertion. Eris attacked. Rudeus from point of view. Eris's sword took flight, straight towards the left nape of Atofei's neck, who was looking up at the magic armor, with the shortest distance. The demon sword that transformed into a long, straight beam of silver light glides towards Atofei's nape while keeping the overwhelming power of bloodshed as it is, and without change goes through. So, Atofei was surprised. It stopped. The sword came to a halt midway through Atofei's neck. Atofei's sword was sticking into Eris's right shoulder very deeply. Eris's right arm lost movement with just that. It didn't stop. It was stopped by a thrust of the sword into the gap of bone and bone like a support rod, though expressed as the strongest sword technique. Long Sword of Light was stopped. Gah! Eris in agony shout. Eris gave up on her right arm in an instant. Using only her left hand, she swung the sword. By all rights, something like a neck is severed in just one strike of the long sword of light. But the power is halved if it's dealt with just one hand. Only 1/3 of Atofei's head was left while adhered to her torso. As it is, that would naturally result in death. But the enemy is Atofei, the immortal demon lord Atofei. Atofei, who was looking like a half-corpse, kicked Eris in the air. Roxy caught from behind Eris, who was blown off with an unpleasant bagong. Eris continued to look towards Atofei with ferocious eyes, while the top of her shoulder was gushing out blood. Her turn was up till now. Oh! Atofei turned towards me while raising her roar. She prepared her sword as if to defend and took up a forward-bent posture, and thrust her sword into me as I was preparing the Gatling gun. Since Eris was blown off, I started shooting in a straight line. Shoot it through! A rain of rock cannonballs poured down. First step, Atofei's armor was smashed into several small pieces. Second step, Atofei's shoulder was torn to pieces and the sword danced in midair. Third step, Atofei's upper half of the body that became full of holes was blown off and separated from her lower half. There isn't a fourth step. The lower half of her body, now without the upper half, while waning and shaking violently, fell.
This spectacle is bad for the heart.
Since she is the immortal demon lord, blood isn't coming out. But if blood had spurted out, I might probably feel sick. I can't get used to becoming a murderer. There is no way I can get used to it. I was able to do it because I knew that she wouldn't die, even if I fired the Gatling gun from such close range. That's right. She won't die, right? Even though things may appear this way?
Roxy inquired while applying healing magic to Iris and anxiously surveying the Imperial guards. Until Atofe gives the order, they won't attack. Everyone, there is no need to worry about Atofe. I have absolute faith towards the proprietress of immortality, Rudeus Greyrat. Not yet, I replied while being vigilant.
Is it our turn after this?
No, that's unreasonable.
Look at the floor. Hasn't the black weekday steel been gouged out?
Even that armor doesn't make any sense. What's that magic? Before, when he fought Atofe-sama, that guy used a rock shell with amazing power. It's probably that. I see. So it's a rapid-firing rock shell. Which means, apart from the armor, that staff might be a magic tool.
I am getting analyzed for some reason. What a careless bunch. But they probably know that Atofe won't die from just that. Atofe revives. The scattered pieces of flesh draw near towards the large piece of meat. Little by little, those pieces combine and start returning to their former size. I guess it returns back by itself, even if you pull out the hair, unlike a certain parasitic creature. It also feels like a life force that will regenerate from a small piece of meat by cell division, even if the pieces of meat don't entirely return back. Such a creature can wear armor on its body and even use martial arts. She'd obviously be powerful.
Atofe returned back to her previous form as I was thinking that. However, as a result of blowing her full of holes, her upper half is naked. I ended up seeing the muscles more forged than Eris's, and large breasts not inferior to Eris's. Is there any significance in forging those muscles, even though she is such a creature? There probably is. Rather, the matter of forging them becomes even more meaningful to her than it is to humans, if you consider that the cells won't die. Very interesting.
Do you still want more?
After the regeneration finishes, I ask the now unarmed Atofe, with the resolution to fight. However, it's not like opposition won't come if it comes to fighting seriously. Moore, who is looking from behind, will be deemed as a hostile opponent if we have to erase Atofe here in all seriousness. He will commence the attack by leading the Imperial Guards when he judges us as hostile, or so I've heard from Orsted. We've also more or less come up with a plan if it comes to that, but, well, it's better to satisfy Atofe by knocking her down many times over. I don't know how many times I will have to face her, but I'll keep her company until my magic supply is exhausted.
Don't want it!
Or so I thought, but Atofe shouted. Thereupon, Moore rushed over and put a cloak on her.
I'll immediately go and pick up a change of armor, so... Humph!
Atofe sat down on the ground with a plunk and crossed her legs. She doesn't intend to fight, but she's looking at me, seemingly annoyed. That's really unexpected. I certainly thought that she would be rushing towards us like a wild boar while reviving, or give the order to her surroundings and siege us. She was disregarding Eris, who was standing next to me and setting up her sword. Roxy, who was preparing the staff, was also standing behind, oblique to me, but I guess there was no need for her turn.
Atofe is fixedly staring at me, silently and motionlessly for a short while.
Moore, do you remember?
No. During the Human-Demon War, I was still...
That's right. That's how it was.
Atofe muttered with an unusually calm and low voice.
It's different from that time. It was more golden in color during that time. Its power and speed are there, but such a weapon didn't exist.
Atofe might be talking about the original fighting god armor, the strongest armor made by Laplace.
But the human race was like that. At first they were weak,
absurdly weak. If we invaded, they would easily collapse and run away. But they steadily changed after a short while. When I realized it, they had changed their personnel, armor, and weapons. Their method of fighting was like that too.
They would become firm, fall apart, and lie in wait within the mountains and across rivers. While doing so, they became stronger little by little. Cal said that it was the strength of the human race. Atofi's face is settling down for some reason. The way she's talking feels somewhat intellectual as well. The immortal demon clan probably enters a wise man's state after regenerating once.
Did you build that?
Yes. I see. You're strong. Truly strong.
Atoshe said that with a refreshed face.
It's a pleasant story. Since Father wasn't able to win against the dragon race after many hardships, when the worthless human race were able to overtake...
Atofe slowly stood up. With more on her side, she looked up at me with her arms folded and talked. While I wasn't able to catch up with her meaning, she continued.
I recognize my defeat. As promised, I will be under your jurisdiction while you continue to live.
Thus, Atofe became a comrade.
Rudeus Greyrat, you are a hero who defeated me.
Incidentally, I became a hero. Part 2. After that, a party was held at Atofe's fortress. It is a party for the subjugation of the Demon Lord. The organizer is the defeated Demon Lord herself. Imperial Guards are the staff. Participants are also the Imperial Guards. On the occasion of the party, a large military drill was organized. Organized in the center of the arena, such things as tree persons are put in order for athletics, and a carpet made out of beast leather is spread out to encircle the circumference of the surrounding area, with all of the guards eating and drinking. Demon Lord Atofe was defeated. Having said that, the people captured by Atofe were not released. It would be troublesome for me if Atofe's war potential of Imperial Guards decreases. Atofe definitely might have understood that situation too. For now, it is just like before. They are not all cops and robbers, and we cannot proceed to release all the members just like that. Well, if some fellows want to return no matter what, we will send a few of them little by little when we get the chance. If it is just a little, then even Atofe will not notice. Although every member of Atofe's Imperial Guards is absolutely enjoying the party, they do not seem to have the intention to fly the banner of revolution.
Today is an auspicious day! Drink, sing, and fight!
Even though Atofe was defeated, she was in a really good mood. A party hall right in the center of the arena. She is glowing in satisfaction by waging fights against fellow subordinates over there. It seems she is pleased to receive the alcohol I gave her, looking at how she is shouting delicious each time she takes a drink. It is a really mysterious feeling, but it slightly resembles that of bodyguardies around there. Things like drinking and singing first before a duel. They are siblings, after all. The immortal Necros may have been a fellow like that, too.
Ha ha ha! That's good! Crush 'em good! Your guard is down! Raise it! Raise it! Wow!
There are many hand-to-hand fights that are being performed in the arena. It is a manly fight with only bare hands, without armor nor weapons. There are robust men of the Imperial Guards who tightly grasp their fist and knock their opponents hard. No, wait. That is not a fellow guard. It is not even a man.
The victor is Eris!
The one in the arena is Eris. That fight might not have been enough for her. The demon race of Atofe's Imperial Guards are knocked down by movements like those of a ferocious stray dog. They were said to be the elites, but Eris too is not holding a sword. If it is a fist fight, whether they are equally matched or one of them goes easy on another, no, they are not holding themselves back. Some players that have fainted are scattered around the side of the arena, as if Eris has already beaten the crap out of at least 3 people.
They are hurt, but Roxy arrives and uses healing magic within a second, so it should be fine. You have become strong, Eris.
Strong, aren't you? As one would expect from the comrade of the hero. Who is the next one? Who will dare? Fight me! Demon Lord Atofe! Get down here! Ha 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 ha! You are an even bigger fool than Kisharika if you are challenging me to a fist fight. All right, I like it. I will become your enemy.
Atofe suddenly threw her cloak off while getting her upper half naked and comes down to the arena. The grounds were filled with nothing but shouts of joy. The party is now at its climax. Will Eris win or Atofe? Odds are probably higher for Atofe. However, if it is Eris, a totally unexpected result could... Rudeus Dono. Rudeus Dono.
Excuse me.
I am not participating in that party. I am in the middle of a meeting at the fort's room with more regarding the matters hereafter. Even though I should have been the leading actor, the party is now at its climax. I wonder for what reason the party was held. I understand the regarding circumstances. Search and kill that Apostle Gisu and Hitogami, and also provide backup when it comes to war. Search for Kishiwika-sama. Establishment of an intelligence organization. Provide backup during Demon God Laplace's war. Is that roughly all?
Yes.
Unlike Atofe, Moore was a person who understands conversation. Listening to my request, summarizing it, he is positively considering it. Perhaps he holds Atofe's intelligence characteristics. He might have been born by jumping out of that narrow skull. Aside from the former two, the latter two, especially regarding the war with Demon God Laplace, we probably won't be able to provide support.
Is it unreasonable after all? Because of the debt to Laplace or the like?
Atofe-sama was defeated by you personally. If you die, that will be over. Or will you be able to live even until 80 years later? I guess that is difficult. Personally, until the end. I, individually. It might be possible to let them think that Roxy defeated her. But, well, it cannot be helped. This too was probably fate. Assisting the mercenary group is difficult as well.
Is it a territory-conscious thing after all?
Atofe-sama reigns over this region, but the ones who control it are the Imperial Guards. Building a different organization is convenient to make use of, but we must not look after their troubles.
I understand.
Mercenary Group 2 is overdoing it. Just building it should be fine. But we must not forget that the head of the neighboring organization is Atofe. If a problem occurs, to settle it, strength is needed instead of wit. Surely such an incident might occur, and before you realize it, destruction would have set in. Regarding the search for Kishirika-sama, let us send out letters containing Atofe-sama's sign to the demon lords of various areas. They will surely lend a hand if it is just a search.
Please do.
There is no need for you to request. The one delivering the letters will be you, since we do not know the exact place of the teleportation magic circle.
Yes.
That is right. Now that he mentions it, these people already know about the teleportation magic circle, so there is no need to hide it. Teleportation magic circle. It is a taboo for the human race, but it might not be a taboo for the people of the demon race who have longevity. Since Kishirika-sama does not run away without a particular reason, she will probably be found out immediately.
It is better if she is found as soon as possible. It depends on the speed of the letter's delivery, but she might get discovered within this year.
I cannot find where Kishirika is as usual. Just why does that person wander around like that?
Well, it is unclear to me just how the members of the ancient demon race think. But of course, in my opinion, I think Moore is also from one of the ancient demon races. I do not know how long they live, but if it is the immortal demon race, they might live for centuries at a time without getting affected. However, Rudeus Dono sure has become stronger. There is quite a difference if we compare you from before when we met. It is the power of the magic armor. Such an honorable honesty. There is no conviction in my honesty.
I was able to obtain Atofe-sama's power by making her surrender, but I myself haven't dramatically become any stronger. Strength can be produced. It is an agglutination of magic and skill. It does not mean that I can just obtain that strength with my power alone. Me, Zenoba, Cliff, and Roxy too these days. If not for them, the magic armor would never have seen completion nor operation. However, Rudeus Dono sure has become stronger. There is quite a difference if we compare you from before when we met. I think I am inferior in regards to the level of the major world powers.
Before long, the one defeated would have been me if she had kept resurrecting and continued fighting again and again, since I do not have an inexhaustible supply of magic. We will readily supply if there is insufficiency, be it skills, armor, or comrades. Atofe-sama has come to recognize all of those. Therefore, she always hangs around all of the members, since that is the strength of the human race. He is probably saying that the strength of the human race is the power to put things together, making use of weapons, armors, and comrades as well, while accommodating all of those with strategy and tactics. No matter the enemy, we will not utter cowardice. For this reason, Atofe accepted defeat, and more is praising me. I am somewhat content with that. However, just like Atofe, we the Imperial Guards still have the swordplay of North Guard style. We do not think you fought in all seriousness. I am deeply impressed by those words.
Atofe fought alone this time, but that is the minimum force as far as she is concerned. She still has much more power to bequeath. I do not know where she will intend to use it. The future me was outwitted by more and was defeated. I just happened to see a vision of conflict with the Imperial Guards, so for that reason, I prepared something in advance, just in case. Roxy was there for that reason. She possessed scrolls for every hypothetical situation. If we are able to pin more down, even for just a short time, we could at least prepare our retreat. Or so I thought, but it might have been risky if the Imperial Guards had genuinely participated.
More! More! Bring Rudeus here! And a call-out came from Atofe. The loud voice which called out to Moore resounded till here. When I looked out the window, Eris was falling face down, and Roxy was rushing towards her in a hurry. Looks like she lost. Well, that is obvious. We should start going soon. Please use the lithograph that was installed just now for making communication. Yes, but before that. While saying that, Moore presented a box that was located to his side, looking like a large Japanese dictionary. A box that has an ominous demonic pattern carved into it, and feels like I will be cursed if it is opened. It was unexpectedly light after I held it. From Atofe-sama, I hand this over to you. From us. And this is? When you are caught in a dilemma, please open this. It will definitely become your strength. I see. The enjoyment of trying to open it, is it?
Well then, shall we go?
Yes. I put the box in the baggage and left the room. After that, I sat next to Atofe, watching the competition from a special seat and treating myself to alcohol. A team competition of 5 versus 5 by the Imperial Guards. Moore and others are showing off very flashy magic. The rest are doing acrobats like the Chinese Athletic Association, and musical instruments are being played, resembling a former troubadour. Although I was not able to enjoy much looking at them. For some reason, Atofe, who was sitting next to me, was naked above the waist the whole time and continued to do so. Good gracious, I am in trouble as to where to look. The abstinent Rudeus has become greedy because of the abstinence itself. When I started taking glances, before I knew it, Eris, who was sitting next to me, pulled my ear, and Roxy, who was sitting on top of my lap, blocked my field of vision towards Atofe. It was an enjoyable party. Interval. We are married. An assembly of dozens of houses, crude fences, small fields with pakun flowers on the sides, middle schoolers flocking to a large cauldron. All of them were just as before, just as in memory. I trust you are still healthy, father-in-law.
I wonder about that.
It was as if time had stopped in the meagered village. About 2 months had passed since Atofe was recruited. During that time, I made rounds delivering letters to demon kings in various locations. With Atofe's letter and Orsted's recommended tributes in hand, we went from one end of the demon continent to the other, which is to say with the teleportation circles. The demon kings were a colorful bunch. Bagra Hagra, the gourmet plundering demon king who resembled a pig. Reinbein, the demon king of faces, who could only have an expression like that of a Moai statue. Samedi Namedi, the demon king of light, who always emits light from his body. Patwal Setlal, the alluring demon king, whose semi-transparent body was concealed by a veil. And the list goes on. We even met Kebra Kabra, the demon king of displeasure that Orsted had warned about. He was a spherical demon king with open holes throughout his body, and was constantly emitting the stench of vomit from the so-called holes. We had went to all the locations with the resolve to fight. They're demon kings, after all.
When thinking of demon kings, Atafaratafarate or Bodigadi are the idiots at the top of the list. They aren't the type to listen to what you have to say. Or so I thought. But they were surprisingly communicative.
They were delighted like children when I gave them gifts, and when I gave them Atafe's letter, they would mutter,
"A hero?" with their faces pale, avert their eyes, and hang their heads. Some were even unable to control their bowels while entreating, "Please don't kill me." Kebra Kabra, the demon king of displeasure, was even one of them. I came to a good understanding of just how feared and irregular Atofe is. Demon kings are basically a bunch of nice people who simply just do what they want to do. If you give them a firm request, they'll consider it with a serious expression. However, while I had also asked about the search for Kishirika, most of them had replied, "I'm not sure about that far off," for the things related 80 years from now. The long-lived demon kings apparently don't think about future matters. On the way, we stopped by the town of Rikarisu, both the town that Bodigadi rules over and where Kishirika's castle is located. The crater town that Kishirika had once set up as a stronghold. Bodigadi wasn't there, nor did it seem like he had ever returned upon asking around. No matter where I wandered to, the soldiers would only shrug. For the time being, I gave a letter to the defending soldiers and requested they not just search for Kishirika, but Bahodigadi too. There were a few Demon King castles left, and it was looking like things were going to end without a hitch. When we got to that stage, Roxy called out to me.
"Would it be all right if I visited my hometown for a little bit? Don't worry, it'll be over right away, and I'll quickly come and go on my own."
Like hell I would let you go alone. I promptly returned home, grabbed Laura and a betrothal gift, and returned to the town of Rikarisis. And upon ending a 3-day journey, we arrived where we're presently at, the Migard village. Just Roxy, Laura, and I.
Eris had said this and that and restrained herself. I told her to at least thank them for the sword. But upon realizing that even she had remembered the thing called restraint, I was deeply moved. Rokari, Roxy's mother, froze upon seeing Roxy. Well, not quite. She wasn't looking at Roxy. She saw me standing intimately next to Roxy, the child Roxy was carrying, and then froze. Some people in the village took a look at Roxy and then stared intently at her. I'm sure they were trying to use telepathy. But Rokari was different. Her thoughts had certainly come to a complete halt. She was petrified for about 5 seconds or so.
"Mother, I've returned."
Spoken out to, Rokari then trembled.
Roxy? Who is this man and this child?
My husband and child.
The next instant, Rokari made an expression as if to say, "Oh," and surveyed her surroundings in a fluster. Almost simultaneously, the nearby Migards looked at the spot we were at, so she was probably yelling something with telepathy. Or maybe she was calling for Royne, Roxy's father. She might even be saying, "Eek, honey, Roxy brought home a man." The silent gazes hurt. However, I'm Roxy's man. I must behave myself in a way that she won't be embarrassed. I folded my arms, aligned my legs, and threw out my chest, cladding myself in cycle power.
Mother, is Father around? Yes, I just called for him. He's at the Elder's home, so I'm sure he'll be back right away. Then please let us wait at the house. When too many gazes gathered on Rudy, he started making a weird pose, as you see.
What? Weird? It was the pose of a venerable evil leader, though.
Now then, Rudy, this way.
All right.
Abiding Roxy, I followed after her. The luggage feeling heavy on my back was likely the pressure from meeting the father-in-law and mother-in-law. I want to think that the affectionate posing didn't belittle my beloved Roxy.
Thank you for having us.
Glancing about while following after the two, we entered the home of Roxy's parents. Come to think of it, I didn't ever go inside their home last time I was here. Maybe they'll let me see Roxy's room from when she was little. Well, I already know there's no concept such as a private room in this community, though.
I wonder if there's enough food in storage.
No, we'll be leaving before long, so don't worry over us.
But, Roxy, you finally returned. So stay a while.
While listening to Rokuri's lonely tone, I sat down near the hearth, and Roxy promptly sat down beside me.
We're rather busy, you see.
Is that so? If I were inclined to, I think staying 3 or 4 days would be fine. But Roxy isn't all that fond of her hometown, so it may only be natural she would want to leave quickly.
Nevertheless, you returned so suddenly, and with such handsome gentlemen in tow, too.
Rokari once again looked at me, and after a fairly unrestrained examination from head to toe, she suddenly bowed her head, as if realizing something.
Oh, how slow of me. I'm Roxy's mother, Rokari. It's nice to meet you.
Meet me, huh? It goes to figure she wouldn't remember me when we only met once over 10 years or so ago. I'm Rudeus Greyrat. We've met once before.
We have?
Yes, around 10 years ago, once. Ruijerd had brought me here.
You're acquainted with Ruijerd Supardia? But he was last here...
Hearing Ruijerd's name, Rokuri put a hand on her chin as if pondering it. Eventually, she let out a small voice, seeming to have something come to mind.
Are you by chance the small human child who was with Ruijerd when he was going on his journey? That's exactly right. Oh my, how nostalgic. You've certainly gotten bigger, I see. Only a little less than 10 years have gone by, but when humans get so big, they're already splendid adults, right?
Right. I think of myself as an adult, though lacking in many areas.
There, I placed my hands on the floor and bowed my head. Rudeus Greyrat.
Oh, certainly. Are you fine with this girl?
This girl is very fine.
I spoke, looking at Roxy, and her face went red.
Is Roxy being a proper wife for a human? There's friction between humans and demons, isn't there? She isn't being a bother, is she?
Regardless if there is some, I'm constantly being helped by Roxy. The most reliable one in my home is none other than Roxy.
Is that right?
Roxy poked me in the side. Wondering what it could be, I looked over at her, and she spoke to me in a whisper.
You're flattering me too much.
Not a word was exaggerated, though.
But such a handsome... Are you really fine with our daughter?
Rudy has 2 other wives as well. I have a position similar to a concubine, so even if I were more or less unworthy, no problems will arise.
Roxy interjected.
Roxy doesn't have a single unworthy point about her. Nor have I ever treated her as a concubine, though...
Is that right? But, Mother, you're making it embarrassing, so please cease. Oh, okay. But I'm still worried. You were always unsociable and silent back then. I understand my own faults. But, as you see, I've still given birth to a child, and am fulfilling my duties as a wife.
Duties makes it sound businesslike. Even if, for example, she never gave birth, my love wouldn't waver, though... But maybe it is better to say it that way.
Rudeus, is this true?
Yes. At the very least, my love for Roxy will never run out. I swear to God. My love is agape. It's infinite love.
I see.
Rokuri wore a bewildered expression. It's probably best to show with action, after all. Thus, I tried embracing Roxy's shoulders. Oh, she caught my hand. You've got it wrong, Roxy. I wasn't thinking of trying to touching your butt, I thought. But she grasped my hand. Roxy's hand was very warm.
Like that. I see.
Roxy seems to have reached an understanding. Then, Lara, who was sitting next to Roxy, suddenly turned her face toward the outside.
Oh, Royne's returned.
I'll have to once again give him my regards. I'll brace myself. I was ready to prostrate myself any time. Things went smoothly with Royne. He had a similar reaction to Rokuri. He would say similar phrases, and I would say similar responses. It was very smooth operating. Looks like I won't have to prostrate after all. At any rate, congratulations, Roxy. I'm glad as long as you're happy. Royne finally said, being moved to tears, and grasped Roxy's hands.
Thank you, Father. Roxy and Rokari were also tearing up. I wonder if I'm actually making Roxy happy. In the first place, what is happiness? I'm not certain, but I want to maintain my love for her.
Still, Roxy married, huh? The Roxy that would trip over nothing and be a moment from crying when she was small.
Please leave out these kind of stories in front of Rudy.
When Roxy was little, eh? Oh, I'm sure she was adorable. Or maybe her outer appearance wasn't all that different from right now. If I had met her at that time and grew up together, I'm sure our relationship would be different than it is currently. Well, regardless of the relationship, I don't think the destiny where I respect Roxy would be replaced. Still, I never thought I'd see my grandchild's face. Seems like Royan was getting emotional. His words were that like of chiding, but he lifted Lara up in a good mood. Lara, like always, didn't struggle and simply stared at Royan. Seeing this made Royan break out into a grin. I see. Your name's Lara. Being able to clearly say your name? You're a clever one. Huh?
Huh. I think Roxy and I let out a voice at the same time. Lara has yet to say her name. Or rather, she has yet to say anything at all. So what is this?
I thought when Roxy came to a realization and stared at Royne.
Can our girl use telepathy?
Huh? Yeah. She still has a little difficulty with it, but is clearly understandable.
Roxy and I exchanged glances. The shocking truth that just came to light. That our little girl was an Esper. Thinking it over, it really isn't that strange of a thing. Roxy can't use telepathy, but both of Roxy's parents can, which means it just isn't hereditary. You weren't aware?
None of us can use telepathy, you see?
Really? But Lara says she often talks with Grandma.
Grandma? In this case, Lara's grandmother doesn't refer to Rokari. It's Zenith. At the same time, I reached a sort of understanding. Miko had said so, that Zenith can read others' minds. Thus, Lara was quite the chatterbox in Zenith's memory.
the always silent Lara who wore a stern expression. She had happy memories of chatting with Zenith. I see. Telepathy. Lara had always been talking with telepathy, which is how she was able to converse with Zenith.
For some reason, I'm relieved, but Roxy didn't share my feelings. She had a somewhat troubled expression while hanging her head. She might be thinking about how her daughter can do something she herself cannot. It was getting dark here. Really? What should I do? Lara, it's Daddy, I said, standing up and brushing Lara's head. Lara didn't smile or anything, just staring at me. She's probably saying something. Royne. She says she has no idea what you're saying. Oh, dear. Oh, right. I was speaking in the demon god language. Lara, it's Daddy, I said, using the human language, and peered at Royne. Royne. She says she knows that. Oh, she knows. I suppose that's natural. There's no way she wouldn't. I say it often enough anyway. Nevertheless, how dry. I think even an I love you, Daddy would be fine, even as just lip service. Recently, even Lucy been saying it. I suppose language and telepathy aren't related, though. Maybe spoken words come off with a different nuance? I suppose so. Otherwise, conversing with Zenith would be difficult. At any rate, I was thinking she was a bit of a late bloomer, but I'm actually a little relieved. She's still young, so she can only speak with her head, but I'm sure she'll be speaking with her mouth before long. I'm sure what you two are feeling is the same when we had Roxy.
What do you mean? We also thought Roxy was a bit of a late bloomer when she was born, since she couldn't speak. Roxy, the only one in her family who can't use telepathy, and Lara, the only one in her family who can. They are similar situations. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. All the same, I'm relieved. Our girl is growing up just fine. I really was worried she had no one to speak to at home, but it was nothing of the sort. Zenith clearly has been, and likely Leo also has some sort of telepathy power as well, and has been conversing with Lara with it. Once she's able to speak with words, she'll be able to interact with the other family members as well. It's just a little longer. Lara is just like Roxy, isn't she? Right, just like her, particularly her eyes. Royne was happily laughing, and Rokari was enjoying herself too. Even Lara, in some way, looked like she had an expression of enjoyment. After that, I paid back the money they had lent me times 10 and presented them the betrothal gift. I was grimacing inside at the great king land tortoise cooking I haven't had in so long, while on the outside I was saying how delicious it was. It was a fun time. I'm glad I came here, I thought. But Roxy's expression didn't liven up. She didn't cheer up all the way to the end. In the end, Roxy and I decided to stay the night in the village. Maybe in consideration of being a married couple, we were staying at a vacant house nearby Roxy's parents' house.
The three of us were sleeping, with Lara in the middle, in an unoccupied house, with a little dust still remaining. Were this a hotel, I'd feel something, over there only being one bed and 2 pillows lined up. Rudeus Greyrat wore a self-depreciating smile. Oh, it's not like I can do that stuff when Lara's with us, and right now I'm Rudeus the Abstinent anyway. Even with Roxy lying next to me, I can keep my hands off of her. But seeing Roxy lying down with her eyes shut certainly isn't helping. Rudeus Greyrat tried to resist an urge. I started to feel maybe just a little was okay. I'm getting excited, or rather, I am excited. Well, let's think about it. I began a life of abstinence for a little while, so I can't have any children. To flip it around, anything's fine as long as it can't end up with children. Fate won't go amiss just from the act of ejecting the evil matter. Roxy is safe. That said, if you'll pardon me here.
Rudy? I'm sorry. It was just a passing impulse. Are you still awake?
Z. Skip the pretend sleep. Didn't you just look me in the eyes?
I reluctantly opened my eyes. Roxy, who was lying next to me, was staring at me with a serious expression.
It's about Laura.
Laura was already sleeping soundly. Usually she had the most brazen expressions, but her sleeping one was that of an angel.
To be honest, I had been thinking that was how it was.
What is? I couldn't bring myself to ask. It was what she spoke of today. The fact that Laura can use the Migard racial ability just fine.
I had been quiet up until now, but every time I saw Zenith and Laura staring at each other, I considered the possibility.
It never came to mind for me.
I'm sure. You've been quite busy these few years, always moving around.
I haven't been watching over my children, is what it felt like she said. Well, if I had to assert one or the other, maybe it would be that I haven't. Maybe I've just been watching the cute parts and doting on them. I haven't done a single thing that would count as raising or educating them. Frankly, I've just been taking advantage of Sylphie and Roxy for that.
What kind of expression is that? I'm not blaming you for it.
I appreciate that she can say that. No matter how much I worry and reflect over it, my hands are currently full with the Hitogami stuff. I have no resources to devote to raising children.
It's just, I was thinking a little.
About what?
Roxy was stroking Laura's head.
I was born in this village. Once I became aware of my surroundings, I grew up always feeling alienated.
Thinking back on it, those days were really difficult. Leaving the village, going to a town where they came to mutual understanding with words, making acquaintances there, and when I began my life as an adventurer, I keenly realized that the world I lived in was right here.
She can't do what everyone else can. Not being able to do just such a simple thing. When asked why she couldn't do such an ordinary action, she wouldn't even know. Just unable to do it and spoken of as a useless failure by her peers, and she even recognized herself as such. But that really wasn't common sense. She was glad she couldn't do it. When Roxy knew that, she undoubtedly had an indescribable sense of freedom.
If Laura is raised as it is, maybe she'll have the same thoughts I did. I may be glad I left the village, but Laura isn't me. There aren't any other races that can use the same ability as the Migard.
Roxy, then, suddenly looked away. But she may be right. The Migard don't leave the village often. Even on the Demon Continent, I had almost never seen a race like the Migards. It may not be exclusive, but they are a self-enclosed race. I can't say that Laura won't feel alienated in the future.
So, I was thinking, how about leaving Laura with my father and mother?
Huh? I'm wondering that it might be best to live in the Magurd village as a Magurd until she's 10 or 15, until she's grown to some extent. Afterwards, wouldn't it be for the best to decide if she should leave or stay in the village? That's what I was thinking.
I want to be with my son and daughters as much as I possibly can. I think that's the obligation as one who conceived them. I view taking responsibility as including that. Minus the Hitogami stuff, I want Laura to be raised somewhere I can see. But Roxy was telling me something she had thought hard over. She isn't saying it because she wants to escape from responsibility or because she wants to resign from childcare. It's because it will be hard on Laura. She's saying it because Laura wouldn't want to go through the same things she herself had. A child with blue hair who has a different means of talking with others. There's no way there won't be painful times. It goes without saying a parent can't shoulder the child's pain. I'm against it. But if you think it's for the best, then the words wouldn't come out. I can't choose. Should I prioritize my own feelings or Roxy's suggestion? I could only keep silent, unsure. I'm sorry, Rudy. Please forget this. The conversation never happened.
That was where we ended the day. Roxy and I slept with our hands held. The Migard village was a quiet village. You can't hear any conversation. Since the villagers talk with telepathy, there were no conversations in the village. Maybe some of them would greet Roxy, but she couldn't hear it. But Lara probably could. The conversations of the people preparing food over there, or a lover's quarrel inside a home, or all other kinds of racket.
Seeing this lack of change, I can understand the richness my past 10 years had, or rather the bustle human livelihoods have.
Roxy spoke, turning her gaze to our daughter that she was carrying. Lara, as always, was staring at Roxy with a surly face. I don't think this village would change even after another decade. Or even were there to be a change, we wouldn't notice it.
Then, take care, all right?
It's all right if you stay a little longer.
Royan and Rokari were seeing us off at the village entrance. They looked rather lonely. Could I hold Laura once last time?
It's perfectly fine here. Roxy held out Lara, who she was holding, to him. Or at least tried to.
What's this?
Laura was firmly clinging onto the neck area of Roxy's robe. It was like a scene I had seen somewhere.
Come now, Lara. Say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma.
Lara, making use of both her arms and legs, was clinging onto Roxy like a cicada. Just like that, she looked over at me. The usual surly and brazen face she always had was gone. Her mouth was warped, her brow furrowed, and she had an expression that looked like she was going to cry at any moment. It was an expression asking for help. Never mind. It's fine after all.
Rudeus?
Roxy looked at Lara, surprised. Upon seeing Lara's expression close to crying, anxiety filled Roxy's own expression in the blink of an eye.
Lara, want to be together,
Lara said, as if squeezing out the words. Our little girl, who had never spoken before, asserted herself for the first time.
Perhaps Lara had heard last night's conversation. Even if she hadn't, maybe she had a dream where she was left behind due to it. Maybe all we did was make her meaninglessly uneasy.
It'll be just fine.
Roxy hugged Lara tightly in silence. Her lips were tightly pressed together while holding back tears. As both mother and daughter were making the same expression, Roxy spoke. "We'll always be together." With those words, Lara relaxed with a relieved expression. "Roxy, when will you come back next?" "Let's see. Once Lara is a bigger... Well, I think we'll come again in about 10 years.
All right, that's good. Take care, okay? And thus we departed the village. The two saw us off at the village entrance until we were out of sight. It was a bit awkward at times, but I'm glad we visited them. Eris and Sylphie's parents are gone, passed away. Roxy's parents were estranged, but even so, parents are still parents. I think that as long as they're alive, you can visit them as many times as you want.
Now, Rudy, things are gonna get hectic again.
They sure are.
Before that, I'll tidy up the immediate tasks. With such thoughts in mind, we return to the town of Rikarisu.
Volume 22, Chapter 3, The Fourth One, Part 1. We have finished going around and greeting each of the Demon Kings. They have each given me their consideration. Using a Tofei's name is really convenient. For now, everything has been going smoothly. I have been getting along well, almost to the point that I am starting to think it has gone too well. We have not run into any issues. Gisu has been strangely silent. There has not been any interference from Hitogami either. I have been diligently checking back in on the house, and there is no sign of any interference with my family. I have had a look at the information on world affairs that the mercenary company has been collecting, and there have not been any strange movements. At least, my actions do not seem to have conflicted with Gisu's plot. Gisu's letter might have been a bluff. He could be plotting something entirely different, or something like that. I don't know yet. Even if I do not know, it is important to keep moving forward. For now, there have not been any Gisu sightings. He is hiding himself well. At least until I make a request of Kishirika, but she hasn't been found either. Well, finding Kishirika is only a matter of time. In the meantime, I have decided to continue networking. The Holy Land of Swords. Sword god Golfarion. According to Orsted, he's a man of good character, with a hobby of collecting rare swords. According to Eris, he's not the kind of person to listen to what you have to say.
Once in the past, I had also met Nina Farion, although, well, I had the impression that she was similar to a Tofei. According to the circumstances, I might have to bulldoze through the negotiations in the Magic Armor Mark I. If that is the case, then it would be good to bring reinforcements. That place will be full of people like Eris and Ghislaine. At least a Tofei's elite guard, even seeing their boss stare down defeat, will not act unless commanded. If a large number of Sword God-style swordsmen were to attack simultaneously, I feel reluctant just thinking about it. First of all, I will bring Eris. But who else? It would be unreasonable to ask Ariel to let me bring Ghislaine.
You? Clear your plate quickly. Don't make a mess. Sorry. Yes, chew.
While thinking about such things, I was at home having a meal with my family.
Don't just eat everything but the bell peppers. Ooh, do bell peppers too? I don't like bell peppers. Leaving the bell peppers is no good. Adults have to eat things even if they aren't delicious.
My daughter is still small. She is 5 years old. There is no roof on our house. Our tableware is made of stone, and we are eating mud dumplings with muddy water to drink. It is surely my fault. I am not earning enough income. Such hardship.
Mabu! Already? But Norn-chan, I gave you my breast a little while ago and you are already hungry again? I guess it can't be helped. Say ah.
Speaking of which, Norn is already 15 years old. She will be 16 years old soon. She will also graduate from the Magic University this year. We should probably hold some kind of event despite being busy. But she still seems to miss Mama's milk.
Wow, Mama, thank you. That's no good. Baby talk is no good. Yes. Babu.
My daughter still isn't good with words. She is still an infant, so it can't be helped.
Ayashire barked.
What? Already? Ayasha's hungry too? Oh, there's no helping it. Hey, everyone, time to eat. Come to the kitchen. Our pet is 15 years old too. Recently, she has had to balance between housework and managing the mercenary company, almost like a career woman, but she always ends up playing the role of a maid. Even so, she is still a brutish dog that can't fight against her appetite. Ayasha eagerly barked. Wafun! After you've eaten properly, you can go play with Norn-chan. Ayasha happily barked. Wafu, wafu, wan!
Babu! Yeah, it tickles.
In a fit of excitement, Aisha jumped up, licking their cheeks. A truly happy family. I will join in too.
Yay! Papa! Papa!
No! Papa, don't do that!
Rejected. This must be what is called domestic discrimination. Although it looks like a happy family, the marriage has lost its passion. A cold married life. A rut. I mean, why can't I act like a pet? I want to hug and lick too.
Papa is hated. It's different. Papa is great, but he's rarely home, and I'm holding the baby. I still love him. It just can't be helped.
Maybe not that great. since I'm listening in. But it can be helped, because I also want to hug the baby. Love is warmth, and since I am warm, I am happy.
Rudy, is now a good time to talk?
Suddenly, from behind, a voice was heard. Turning around, from the window of the neighboring house, mother-in-law was... well, that is enough of that.
Oh.
As I was standing up, the hem of my shirt was caught. Lucy was holding it, looking up at me with an anxious face.
Papa, are you going to go to work again?
I was considering it an hour ago, about who I should bring to the Holy Land of Swords. Maybe I should just ask President Orsted to make the trip. Or how should I start the negotiations? Maybe I should just go in strong. And various other potential issues. Then Norn brought Lucy over to play. While hiding behind Norn, Lucy was fidgeting, saying,
Papa, play?
I consented without a second thought. No, I'm just going to go talk with Mom a little.
Don't go. I shall return immediately. Until then, play with your big sisters. Yeah. Lucy responded with a squeak and hung her head. I am reluctant to leave that cute face. If it were possible, I would play all day. It was fun playing Lucy's husband. But because my true wife is calling, I must go. What's the matter, Sylphie? As I head back through the living room after washing my hands, I found Sylphie sitting on the couch.
Yeah, recently Rudy's been busy, right? So I heard you earlier and I don't think it's bad.
Sylphie said with an embarrassed face, while scratching the back of her ear with a crunching sound. I wonder if it is something difficult to say. If I heard properly, are you leaving already for the Holy Land of Swords? As soon as preparations are complete, probably another 2 or 3 days. I still have to decide who to bring, Eris and someone else. I would like to bring someone sensible who can understand the sword god style. I wonder if it would really be unreasonable to ask Ariel to lend out Geeseline or Iseult. How long will you be gone? I'm not sure. Probably between 10 to 30 days. I'll be back to visit. Near the Holy Land of Swords, where famous swordsmen polish their skills, there are also master blacksmiths in training. I also intend to forge a connection with them. Is that so? Yeah, well, that won't be in time after all. What? The delivery. As Sylphie said that, I noticed her belly. A big belly. And a slightly larger chest. They are body changes unsuitable to the slender Sylphie. Oh, it's that time already. No way. Of course I wouldn't forget. Sylphie is always in my mind. It was just that I didn't realize we were so close to the due date already. The stream of time is one that flows briskly. Can I touch your belly? As I said that, I moved in to touch. Even though I am just touching her belly, from the depths I can feel the pulse of life, the feeling of 2 hearts beating, something miraculous. Sylphie is caring for 2 lives now, and after that life separates from Sylphie, it is going to become independent.
Soon, Lucy's little brother or sister will be born.
Sylphie gently placed her hand on top of mine as I was touching her belly.
This time, Rudy won't be here for the birth?
No, I'll be here, in the house.
But Rudy?
I'll be here. After hearing my child is about to be born, I cannot just say, well, take care, and leave the house on a business trip. If I do that, I will truly lose sight of what I have been doing everything for.
Thank you, Rudy. I love you.
I love you too. Sylphie closed her eyes and put her hand on my shoulder to embrace me. Yeah, I am happy.
That's right. Before the birth, we should choose a name. Before you left for Millis, you said you'd think of one, right?
I sat in a seiza on the floor. Thus, I decided to stay home for a while. I don't feel a particular need to rush things. Nevertheless, I feel a bit uneasy.
As I assumed a seiza pose, bowing with my forehead near the floor, I informed Sylphie that I hadn't thought of a name. She looked more disappointed than angry. She was blue in the face, at a loss for words, like she had been betrayed by something she had believed in. She had that kind of expression.
But it only lasted for a second, and she followed up with,
"Well then, we need to think of one." That's the face of disappointment. I'm wearing out her patience. Her voice just trailed off after that. Yeah, that's right. Surely Sylphie has, for the last 6 months, believed in me. Even when I was far away, she was looking forward to celebrating the birth of our child with me. Of course, I had every intention of doing so. I had the intention. The action, however, I fell short on. There's no doubt about that.
Papa, what's wrong? Stomach hurts?
No, well, a little. I accidentally hurt Mama's feelings.
Then you should say sorry.
Lucy was trying to comfort me. But what Sylphie wants isn't an apology. She doesn't want some superficial apology. She doesn't want a heartfelt apology either. No, what she wants is something more vague. She wants a sense of security. Lucy, even if I tell Mama I'm sorry, I don't think that will help. Her feelings will still be hurt.
But Papa won't hurt Mama's feelings anymore?
I won't.
Well, then Mama will forgive you.
It's Sylphie, after all. I should have understood that from the beginning. I need to be home for her. In this kind of situation, I'm probably missing something. Even if I think I understand, our feelings may be different. She's been enduring for a long time. When I left her while she was pregnant to go help Paul, when I married Roxy, then Eris, time and time again, instead of exploding, she's only shown understanding. I've been allowed to do as I like. Once again, she's enduring. When she heard that I hadn't even thought of a name, she was holding herself back. Surely, even now, she's still enduring it. I'm the one making her endure. Everything's fine for now. However, a time will come when her patience reaches its limit. Just like water overflows from a cup, there's also a limit on what a person can put up with. At that time, I'll lose Sylphie. Just like in the diary, she'll up and disappear. That would be awful. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Together, through the painful times too. That's just my own selfishness. Even if she falls out of love with me, at the very least, I want to give Sylphie a sense of security. I wonder what I should do. Part 3. While I was worrying over those kinds of things, the delivery date rapidly approached. We are expecting it in the next week or so. Sylphie has been spending her time as if nothing had happened. In fact, I was starting to think it was not such a big deal either.
She is not the type to hold a grudge for this kind of thing. Perhaps the other day she was just disappointed and did not take things too seriously. I do not think things became awkward. While I was spending as much time as possible with Sylphie, I was desperately thinking of a name for our child. Just like that, Sylphie started having delivery pains. Eris had a calm face and took off sprinting to the doctor. Lilia and Aisha prepared for the delivery. Roxy was waiting off to the side as an auxiliary healing specialist, and Leo was taken with the children to another room. I was next to Sylphie the entire time. After a little bit, Eris returned with the doctor. Under her arm, that is. His eyes were spinning, but he immediately set out to prepare for the delivery. Everyone was familiar with the process. This is Sylphie's second child, my fourth. If I count the number of births I have witnessed, including Aisha and Norn, it is 5. If I count my previous life, it is a few more. Even the doctor is a veteran. There is not a single inexperienced person here. With this lineup, I can have peace of mind. And with everyone present,
the delivery began. There was no panic or confusion. Everyone was calm and proceeded smoothly. When the head crowned, the doctor moaned. My peace of mind broke in an instant. Anxiety is coursing through my body. Even though I am accustomed to the process, delivery, then birth, I should not have relaxed my guard. I know it is not a breech delivery because the head was crowning. There is no way it could be a stillbirth.
Roxy stood up with her staff in hand.
Do we need healing magic?
That is not necessary. As the doctor said that, the delivery continued. The delivery proceeded smoothly, with Sylphie letting out as little of her voice as she could. I do not see anything going wrong. Then, suddenly, in the quiet room, a baby's cries emerged. The doctor finished delivering the baby without saying anything. There does not seem to be any problem, but the doctor's expression is stiff. Now I see why. From a glance at the baby, it is obvious. The reason why the doctor still has a stiff expression. That is, the baby's hair was the problem. When Lucy was born, she had a little bit of light brown hair. Laura was born without any hair. Arus was born while I was away, but when I first saw him, he had red hair. Sylphie's second child, the baby's hair, was green. It is not bright enough to be emerald green, but it was green, almost similar to Sylphie's old.
That!
Sylphie's complexion has gone completely blue.
A lie!
Roxy, Eris, Aisha, Lilia, and I have normal expressions. In this house, it is not unusual for a child with colorful hair to be born. And I am also good friends with Ruigerd. I do not see anything wrong with green hair. But Sylphie, for her, it is different.
Congratulations. It's a boy. Sylphie looked at the baby with a hopeless face. The doctor presented the baby, held to his chest, when Sylphie put up her hands like she did not know what to do. Sylphie, we should be celebrating. There is no reason not to celebrate. Out of appreciation for Sylphie, it is necessary to celebrate. Afterwards, we need to raise him to become a fine man with as many smiles as possible in order to create a sense of security. Everything's fine. It's fine. Thank you. Oh, Rudy, I'm sorry. There's no reason to apologize, so... As I said that, as if her battery suddenly died, she lost all of her strength. I caught the baby as he slipped from her grasp.
Rudy, please move!
Roxy and the doctor suddenly pushed me out of the way. Sylphie had lost consciousness. They were checking on her condition. I cannot seem to do anything but look on, stunned.
She's only fainted.
A feeling of relief filled the room at the doctor's words. I was still frozen in place, holding my naked baby, unable to move an inch, just standing there. Aisha approached with a cloth.
Ani-chan, we need to wrap the baby in this.
Yeah.
As Aisha said that, I took the cloth. Sylphie was uneasy. She has had a vague sense of anxiety about her, and her uneasiness was proved right when she saw her child's hair was green, as if she had finally snapped under the tension, or whether her stress had reached a limit. She fainted. If I had been better at providing her with a sense of security, things might have gone differently. I'm sorry. But I also feel as if this is a sort of blessing. Certainly he has green hair, but there is nothing wrong with that. Everything went smoothly.
This is my 4th child. I have properly thought of a name.
You! Why are you here?
Huh? That wasn't it. She wasn't referring to me. There's a strange guy in the room. Blonde hair, wearing a white school uniform with a buttoned shirt and long pants. And a familiar yellow fox motif mask. Arumanfi? Arumanfi was watching me patiently. Or more accurately, my baby. He was patiently watching my green-haired baby.
Rudeus Greyrat, Perugia-sama requests your presence at the Sky Castle.
It would seem I have been summoned by Perugius.
Volume 22, Chapter 4, Naming, Part 1.
I had a dream. Around the time when Rudy went to the kingdom of the Dragon King, a child was crying inside that dream. A child with green hair was crying. There was some kind of black shadow in the surroundings. The black shadow surrounded the child and threw something like black lumps at him. The child was desperately trying to run away, but the black shadow persistently chased after him. But there was a light ahead of that child. The child approached the light, and the light surrounded the child. The light then drove the black shadow away by throwing a ball of light towards it. The child was tenderly wrapped up by the light, and the child slept peacefully. When I had that dream, I thought that it was a dream of the past, that the dream was of the old days when I was being bullied by the village's children. I thought that I really love Rudy, don't I, after having such a dream at this point. I writhed like a little girl on the bed after thinking that.
Several months after that, during the time when Rudy went to the demon continent, I had a similar dream again. But it was a little different from that time. The child having green hair. It wasn't my face. The child who had Rudy's face was being chased by the black shadow. And for some reason, there was no light ahead of that child's escape. I rushed towards that child in a hurry and decided to protect him from the black shadow. I tried to drive it away barehanded, as I couldn't use magic within the dream.
The black shadow had been sticking to me and didn't easily vanish. The child was trembling in my arms. When I had that dream, I got anxious that something might have happened to Rudy. He might have gotten injured or had been captured. Even though Eris and Roxy were there, I seriously started considering how should I make my move if that had happened. In the end, he came back the other day, and my anxiety was liquefied. But in exchange for that, a different anxiety rose within me. The stomach, which was getting bigger. I thought whether the dream was this child's within this stomach. However, I immediately considered it as needless anxiety. Rudy will definitely protect the kids. This child is sure to have the light. I thought that I had become just a little nervous because of pregnancy. I immediately forgot about the dreams. And then Rudy came back from the demon continent. I tried asking him about the child's name. It had been 6 months since I asked him to think about it. It would have been fine if I asked after the birth, but since he was leaving on a trip again, I wanted to ask beforehand.
I'm sorry, I haven't thought about a name yet. At that time, the thing about the dream crossed my mind. The figure of the child coiled about by the black shadow, and no one would come to his rescue. I thought that perhaps this child won't be loved by Rudy. No, that couldn't possibly be. I immediately thought that, but...
As expected, I had a dream the evening of that very day. The black shadow was swarming the child, who was too far away from my hand's reach. I desperately ran and tried to save him, but I couldn't make it. After I finally arrived, the black shadow was disappearing, and the child was dead.
I was drenched in sweat after I woke up. It's just a dream. I'm only nervous. I could only convince myself of that. But I ended up thinking about various things after all. If a child with green hair is really born, that child would undoubtedly be persecuted, just like I was. But Rudy will definitely protect that child, even if he has green hair. It's the same for Roxy and Eris as well. Even though I know that, just why isn't my anxiety disappearing? I arrived unexpectedly faster at the answer. I've heard it. About Laplace's factor. About the reason my hair color was green. About why Rudy for a period of time was feeling a little anxious about that matter. If the child born is Laplace, what would Rudy do? It's a little different this time around, but Rudy was originally assembling war potential to fight Laplace. If my child is Laplace, then what would become of Rudy's work? What to do? By no means do I not have faith in him. I trust him. But what should I do? What do I want him to do? I started losing sleep every night as that thing kept spiraling inside my head. Eventually I concluded that a child with green hair won't necessarily be born. It's just, it would have been better if it wasn't green hair. But it was green.
Rudeus's point of view. We named the baby Sieghart. Baby girls Lucy and Lara were named after their parents, and baby boy Aris was named after the hero of the past. So that's why we named him after the immortal hero Siegfried, with regards to the previous era. At first we were going along with that, but if it's Ranawa, then the names something Heart were numerous, so we quickly changed it. His nickname is Sieg. Sieg looked normal. Frequently cried and often slept. He peed and pooped. At least he's far more normal than Lara, who doesn't cry too much, and Aris, who cries if I hold him. A reincarnated person. No, let's stop with the obscurement. I don't think he looks like Laplace. Though I am looking at him. What do you think about my family's child? It's been 3 days since then, at late night. The one sitting before me is Orsted. Orsted is in front of Sieg, who is soundly sleeping within the basket in my home. Not long ago he was crying, but now he's fast asleep. Orsted looks somewhat drowsy as well. By the way, Eris is standing behind Orsted. Even though it's fine not to be so vigilant about it, she has been keeping her hand on the sword on her back.
Orsted, were you not all ready to comprehend my words?
No! Of course, I obviously understand your words. I believe them. That's right. Laplace certainly hasn't been born yet.
But look, were you not talking about it before? That if Pax is dead, then Laplace's place of birth becomes unknown. Which means my existence made things like that, because of Hitogami. Laplace of this period was, so it could be.
Orsted gave out a sigh, with a face like, do I have to explain this again?
Orsted, weary and authoritative. Laplace's place of birth becomes unknown because of Pax's death. But Laplace's factor hasn't been converged yet. It's possible after 50 years. But no matter how you see it, Laplace's resurrection isn't going to happen anytime soon.
I don't remember hearing anything about the convergence. But when I believe that... which means this child is?
Just a cute baby.
While saying that, Orsted tried to extend his hand toward Sieg, but stopped after hearing Eris moving her sword. It's all right if it's just a pat on the head. Then, what about this green hair? Sieg's hair color is green, a color which is quite similar to former Sylphie.
Orsted, it's only green. Laplace's factor, or just hereditary. That's probably all.
It's just green. Huh. It won't particularly become small even if we get closer to it, but...
This child is not Laplace. I can guarantee you that.
Thank you very much. Despite giving my thanks, I still have some doubt left. Orsted isn't flawless. Even if he says it was like that in the previous loops, this loop has too many irregularities. In fact, even Orsted can cause some miscalculations. So if Perugius properly examines him and he really turns out to be Laplace, that possibility exists. Or the possibility of Perugius misrecognizing him also exists. The fact is, what a person says and does is never absolute. If it's possible, would you be able to accompany us when I go to Perugius-sama's place? That way, if he really does turns out to be Laplace, won't you please protect us?
I guess it's all right.
Yeah. Perugius won't be able to gain an upper hand if Orsted is standing behind me. All right, it's settled. As for this, that is.
Why the long face? Is there still something more? No. Since then, Sylphie was noticeably depressed. On the surface, she behaves the same as usual, but she often looks gloomy. She might be feeling responsible for giving birth to a green-haired child. Of course, no one in the family cares about that. Only Roxy seemed to understand that scarce feeling, since I glanced at a counseling-like scene between them. But Sylphie remained depressed. Even I talked to her about one thing or another. So what do I do to bring back Sylphie's smiling face? I don't know that. It's because of the family's circumstances. That is why.
I see. So then, how soon can you come to Perugia-sama's place?
We'll come when Sylphie stabilizes.
I made Erumanfi wait. That the child has just been born, and it's impossible to come so soon. Erumanfi left after saying a short, "I understand." But Perugius might be highly anticipating me. He even revealed himself with the fastest speed possible. Orsted said that my child isn't Laplace. Be that as it may, Perugius won't consent to it even if he's informed unilaterally, not until he's seen it with his own eyes. It might be hard, but let's take Sylphie as well. I had a hunch that it would be better like that. Part 2. 20 days passed. Sylphie's physical condition stabilized as well. There are no problems with the child as of now. Sylphie has been feeling depressed as usual. With a gloomy face, she has been tightly holding the baby during the daytime. Many times, her expression looked as if she wouldn't hand this child over to anyone and was worried too much. Sylphie, I intend to show Sieg to Perugia-sama. When I suggested such a thing to her, she held Sieg tightly with a frightened face.
No. As if she had turned back to her childhood, a frail attitude. Moreover, that expression was not aiming for me during the old days, but aiming for the ones who bullied her.
Why would you say such a thing?
So that I can make you realize that our child isn't Laplace by Perugia-sama.
Sylphie casted her eyes down.
そのポシリーズもあれば、今はもう作れないのか？
一歩シリ様、一歩はもうできないのか？さっきも言ったけど、オーレステト様はそうは言っていないけど、でも、その可能性も残ってはいないのか？まあ、オーレステトも完璧じゃないよね。シーグの可愛さに惑わされて、そう言っちゃったかもしれない。そんなことはないけどな。その時は私がシーグを守る。たとえ天空要塞が消滅しても。
Sylphie casted her eyes down again after hearing those words, and murmured an okay with a faint voice. Part 3. And thus we had decided to proceed towards the Sky Fortress. The members were me, Sylphie holding Sieg, Eris, Orsted, and incidentally Zenoba. I decided to take someone along who can easily persuade Perugius just in case.
Welcome. Please come.
The reaction of Silvereel, who encountered such a large family, was the same as always. Firstly, a sincere respect towards Zenoba,
Eris and Sylphie. Just an exterior respect for me. An unpleasant attitude towards Orsted. Just as always. Well then, this way please. Perugia-sama awaits. And thus we go towards the audience room through the usual route. There is no conversation. Sylphie, who is holding Sieg, is walking beside me. Eris is walking as if to protect her, with her hand laid on the pommel of her sword. Zenoba, who looks slightly tense after hearing the situation, is walking behind us with Orsted in tow, whose face cannot be seen because of the helmet. We go past the door which was praised before by Zenoba without any change in that formation. Illusions of white particles could be seen coming out of Sylphie and Sieg. They might be coming out of me as well. I thought it was a little strange that nothing came out from Orsted. He doesn't have the Laplace factor? Silvereel looked at us silently. She's smoothly proceeding before us without accidentally saying anything particular.
Whispering and anxious. Look, Sylphie, it's different as we expected.
Yeah.
Silvereel is walking without looking back. Passing the corridor, which is lined up with stylish interiors, we stand before a splendorous door. Now that I look at it, the door still looks in good taste. Is it because he looked around the castles throughout the world? I can understand why Zenoba kept praising this castle that day. Silvereel opened that splendorous door. Please advance. We entered the audience room on Silvereel's call. The usual scene is spread out there as before. A large chandelier, as if propped up like a large tree. Curtains painted with the crest of the human race and the dragon race. 12 men and women wearing masks are standing on both sides of the red velvet carpet. The Dragon King with silver hair who sat on the throne. Gorgeousness and greatness. A scene that will make you forget about its divinity before you even finish talking about it. You won't find such an audience room even if you search the entire world. And to top it all off with Silvereel, it becomes perfect. Huh, there's one person more. Nanahoshi is mixed in. What's she trying to do now?
So you've come, Rudeus.
Yes, I've kept you waiting, Perugia-sama.
I bow my head while standing. Sylphie, Eris, and Zenoba all have fallen to their knees, but I'm just standing. I had better fallen to my knees too, but being Orsted's subordinate, I've been constantly taking lesson these days to not lower my back too much. Sure enough, Silvereel was a little offended, but Perugius doesn't seem to mind. But he looks displeased today.
You've made me wait for quite a bit.
That is because my child had just been born.
Aromanfe was telling me that. That's why I waited. I wouldn't have tolerated if it had been a foolish reason.
As one would expect from a tolerant gentleman. But considering that, he looks displeased. He has been tapping the armrest on the throne quite restlessly.
That expression, this occasion, you seem to know the reason why I summoned you here.
Yes. And then, with these members, you've resolved yourself to fight unhesitatingly, depending in which way the conversation flows.
Yes.
Perugia-sama, is it a must to fight? Oh, a must to fight. I see. This is why your speech has such confidence in it.
Who knows? But there is no reason to fight. Sylphie.
I told Sylphie to get up and showed the baby held within her breast.
Please look at it. This is my 4th child.
Perugius. What about it?
Everything about it. Did you not speak of it before? To bring the child here, if a son is born to Sylphie and me?
Perugius's movements come to a halt. The tapping of the finger came to a halt. I don't care. I'll continue. Even Orsted-sama has seen him, but this child isn't Laplace. Nevertheless, you won't accept it until you have seen him personally. As for me, I thought whether it would be fine to show him or not. But for the sake of Perugia-sama's friendship in the future,
I judged that it would be better to let that thought pass for now. However, if Orsted-sama had mistaken his judgment, and this child turns out to be Laplace, then...
Perugius's eyebrows twitched.
Perugius Dola, weren't you visiting various places for the sake of fighting Laplace 80 years from now?
Rudeus Greyrat. So, I will fight in order to protect that Laplace? It's contradictory if you say it now. If this child is Laplace, then I will protect him. All of the things I've done up till now will completely be in vain. After this child matures, and if he really causes a war against the human race, at that time, I will take it upon myself to deal with the preparations for that time.
Perugius Dola. Intending to nip the bud, is it?
Yes. If my son is Laplace, I think I didn't give it too much thought despite thinking of it as a very scary thing. Laplace will wage war 80 years from now. For that reason, I went to each nation to appeal to them so that the burden on Orsted becomes lighter as much as possible. But wait, what if I can stop that war? What happens if I recover Laplace's consciousness and stop the war? The child has only just born. There is plenty of time for persuasion. I will always stand beside my family. I became Orsted-sama's subordinate because there was a person who hurt my family. If even that Orsted-sama will hurt my family, then I will fight him.
Perugius Dola, even if your son becomes the cause for that.
I intend to properly teach him how to judge good and evil. The kids are still small, but at least until they become adults. Until they become 15 years old, I'll protect them. Afterwards, if he still disregards my words, at that time, I will take responsibility and deal it with myself.
How? Deal with it, huh? How will you deal with it specifically?
Re-educate him as much as I can.
You won't say that you'll kill him?
Given that no matter what kind of life he lives, if he makes a mistake, then I want to give him a chance to start over. I can't say it like that. I don't want to say any further than this. I don't even want to think about the future where Lucy, Lara, and Aris oppose Orsted and are killed in cold blood. But no matter how splendid the training I give them, if the case is no good, then it's no good. A person can't be raised as one would expect them to be. Even though he's a child, it's impossible to raise him as a different individual would expect. That's why I think I should at least give him a chance.
I don't have a child of my own. That is why I cannot understand that way of thinking. It's like your way of thinking is, you reap what you sow. However, in order to protect your wives, you became a foolish person who recklessly challenged Orsted to a fight. It's obvious I can't understand. I can't understand. But I understand that you have strong faith.
Perugius descends from his throne and slowly walks towards us, and then said a shockingly brief comment.
I can't understand what kind of misunderstanding you have, but I already knew that the child wasn't Laplace.
Is that so?
Arumanfi is my eyes. I shouldn't be able to mistake him for Laplace. The eye color is different. Even his magic capacity isn't much impressive. And even that annoying curse isn't there. A curse that can shake the innermost depths of one's heart.
Which means, since the moment of the childbirth scene, he already knew that my child wasn't Laplace? Is that it? In other words, this isn't related at all, but did Arumanfi trespass during the private childbirth scene?
I give my apology for that matter. It seems he was unexpectedly summoned during the worst timing. Although if your child had turned out to be Laplace, it would have been either the best timing or a fine ordeal.
Say that first if it's so. What's with that?
Let me see.
Perugius stopped before Sylphie and extended both of his hands towards her. Let me hold that baby as well.
Sylphie hugged Sieg close to her while being vigilant. But when I put a hand on her shoulder, she thought a little bit and then handed Sieg over to Perugius. Perugius held Sieg gently in his hands, firmly and gently, using his hands as if handling a work of art. Sieg looked long and hard at Perugius's face.
Green hair and slightly pointed ears. Eyes with a glint, but gives out an affectionate impression. A fine child.
Thank you very much.
On thinking, Perugius nodded with a yay. All right, then let's bestow him with the name Saladin. Sylphie looked at Perugius with a blank face. What are you so befuddled about? Didn't you promise before that if a son is born, I'll name him?
Did we promise something like that? No, but I think like we did. Certainly, I feel like I remember about him incidentally saying to bring him here. But this child is...
No need for thanks. Accept it as a modest gift from me.
Perugius said that arbitrarily, returned Sieg to Sylphie, and then turned back on his heel. This child has been pretty much named Sieghart, which is a very fine name. What to do? I can't reject it now. Well, it's fine. Sieghart Saladin Greyrat. The name doesn't sound so poor. It feels powerful. Well then, let's move on to the main subject, Perugius said, while heavily sitting down on the throne.
Main subject? What was the main subject? Ah, that's right. Perugius's business was not related to my child. Then that means a different errand came up, so he summoned me.
Rudeus Greyrat.
He's looking down on me with a completely different, severe gaze than before. What is it? What did I do now? Perugius, you joined an alliance with a Tofi, didn't you? Perugius and a Tofi are on bad terms. It would have been better if I had sent a word to Perugius before calling out to a Tofi. In spite of the war against Laplace, you went ahead and called out to her first? Why didn't you call out to me? That is... because... But it's fine. Listening to your faith just now made me feel gratified. I'll ignore it. From the start, I intended to fight against Laplace by myself. Therefore, there's just one thing for you to do.
Perugius jerked his chin, and a girl came out before us. A girl around the age of 16 years old is wearing a white mask. A girl who remained young, and before we noticed, was even younger than even me and Sylphie. Nanahoshi Shizuka. She, who was nonchalantly blended within the 12 subordinates, came out before us and removed her mask, and said with a meek face,
The magic circle for my repatriation has been completed.
Orsted, finally. The answer that came from the back was from Orsted. Nanahoshi tightly grasped her fist in front of her bosom after seeing Orsted.
Yes, Orsted. Finally. Though it's still not perfect yet.
So you did it.
Orsted's words were warm. Those were familiar words, but for this reason only, Orsted congratulated her from the bottom of his heart.
Yes. Yes.
Nanahoshi's voice was getting excited. She looked up and stopped her warped face, which was just about to overflow from tears. Even I felt like crying. Repatriation teleportation magic circle, the thing Nanahoshi was craving for. It has been 10 odd years since she has been in this world. She has been living up till now for this moment only.
She only aimed to go back to her home as she overlooked her violent homesickness. From a concept to hypothesis, and from dismissal to conception again, and then putting the technique into practice after the theory is completed, and repeating the experiment over and over again. It has been almost 5 years since she came to Perugius's place in pursuit of knowledge. It's a long time. And thus, it is finally completed.
Rudeus, you might have hated being summoned because you've been busy, right?
No. So I was summoned because of Nanahoshi. I've certainly been busy these days, but there's nothing to hate about it. I would rather apologize for not being able to help you out up till now.
Congratulations about your child.
Thank you very much.
I was somewhat surprised. You've properly thought things through.
Properly, huh? I wonder about that. It's about me, so I can't help but think that I can't arrive at a conclusion.
We need a fairly large magical power for the final experiment. You should be busy with a lot of things, but please lend me your power.
Nanahoshi bowed her head while saying that. Those eyes had power. The final step, with a face as if she's seen the goal. Of course.
It might take 1 or 2 months. Are you all right with that?
It's fine. A month, huh? I have a motive to refuse, but there's no reason to refuse. I want to say that I want her to wait until we defeat Gisu, but I don't want to put it in words that she's an unpleasant person.
Thank you very much.
Nanahoshi again bowed while saying that, and then suddenly looked in Sylphie's direction. She's still wearing the anxious face. Nanahoshi ran towards her and whispered something into her ears. Sylphie was shook up with a start and looked at Nanahoshi with a surprised face. Nanahoshi nodded, and Sylphie, who was giving glances towards me, also nodded.
Well then, let's move to the magic circle after this.
I don't know what she talked about, but Nanahoshi declared this. The audience was over. After that, I gave Perugius one more greeting and left the audience room. It had been decided that I will go towards Nanahoshi's lab in order to listen to her difficult explanation. Pause. When we were walking through the corridor, I was suddenly caught by the hem of my clothes from behind. It was Sylphie. She was looking down as usual and murmured, "Rudy," with a faint voice.
I silently gave the signal to the others to move along with my eyes. I stopped, and everybody went away. Now, with just the two of us, I turned around and put a hand on her shoulder. I gently hugged her slender body so as not to crush Sieg. "Rudy, sorry for things." I became slightly anxious. After looking at the green hair, I recalled the old days and pondered what to do after this. I was thinking that maybe this child won't be blessed by others. It can't be helped. Anyone would become anxious. Even I forgot about thinking up a name for him. Yeah, in addition to this, you were constantly going on trips with Roxy and Eris recently, right? That's why I thought, will I have to protect this child alone? There is no need for that. When I forcefully denied it, Sylphie was surprised for a moment, but then became shy while laughing. Yeah, I know. I knew. Sorry. Oh no, it's fine even if you don't apologize. I just became a little weak. Sylphie gently stroked Sieg's hair. Sieg had been sleeping for a while now. I wonder when he slept. But it's all right now. For some reason, I was relieved after watching you just now. You said that you will seriously protect them.
Was there a relief factor somewhere within the me a few minutes ago? It was a grand, fruitless effort after all. I declared that I intended to train a kid even if it was impossible. I think it was the figure of a fool who gave out a half-hearted answer.
Anyhow, Sylphie was feeling clear-headed.
Sylphiette-san.
What is it, Rudeus-san?
Is it all right to get angry at me because I forgot about the naming of our child?
But I'm not really angry. If I were to name something,
Anxiety or despair would be more appropriate.
Sylphie said while scratching behind her ear. That face wasn't gloomy anymore. What she's saying was awfully stirring my heart, but at least it's the usual Sylphie. I see. It would have been better if I had gotten angry. Let's see. I'll get angry next time. It's no good if you forget about me and our child.
Understood.
I was scolded with a no! At any rate, looks like it's fine now. Work and children. It's difficult to manage both at the same time. If the situation calms down a little after the matter with Gisu gets settled, then I want to look after the kids a bit more.
Well, should we go then? You have to help out Nanahoshi too.
Ah, now that you mention it, what did she tell you in the end?
It's a secret.
Sylphie laughed shyly. I returned a smile, caught up to everyone, and started walking. Along with Sylphie.
Volume 22, Chapter 5, Parallel World Teleportation Magic Device, Part 1, Flying Fortress, Basement Level 15. Descending the stairs, one immediately comes into a wide entrance hall. There, that magic circle is set up. Teleportation magic circle. However, its form bears no resemblance to the ones in my memory. Furthermore, it is wonderfully enormous. It is around 50 meters in diameter and 1 meter tall. It is composed of 1 meter square lithographs, each 10 centimeters tall. They are stacked 10 high, and those stacks are repeated in 50 rows and columns. In addition, above it spans a gigantic arch. The interior of the arch is carved with closely packed designs, so it is also probably part of the magic circle. An extremely three-dimensional magic circle. No, maybe it should be called a magic device.
Wow! This'll make Cliff feel bitter! Zanaba let out a voice of admiration. The magic device is not only large, but also delicately and precisely carved. At the very least, me and Zanaba aren't able to make anything like it. It's probably too difficult even for Roxy, who has been researching magic circles recently. Maybe Cliff, but even Cliff doesn't have this much experience drawing magic circles.
Perugius Dola. It's magnificent craftsmanship.
Perugius threw out his chest, as if it were his own achievement. However, I can understand that feeling. For one's disciple to have created such a device, it's only natural for the one who taught her teleportation magic to feel proud. Although I'm sure Perugius himself was involved in its construction.
How is it, Orsted?
For it to be something of this magnitude, I'm astonished.
Even Orsted was admiring the magic device. Using 25,000 lithographs, a three-dimensional magic circle. Even Orsted has never seen anything like it. Even the Mad Dragon King's automata had at most 50 parts, and the parts themselves were much smaller in size. Nanahoshi probably combined magic circles with absolutely no thought given to how large it grows.
Right? Look at that arch!
Is that also a part of it? It doesn't seem to be attached, though.
No, it's something else. That's a device for confirming whether it succeeded. You are aware that teleportation leaves traces of mana behind, right?
Yeah.
That changes depending on the type of the teleportation magic circle. By measuring it, we can determine whether the parallel world teleportation was a success or not.
Is such a thing possible? I never thought the day would come when I could teach something to you who hold such extensive knowledge. That's not true. I've learned a lot of things from you. A lot of things. How pretentious, even though you acted as if you knew everything from the moment we met.
Perugius and Orsted were having a friendly conversation. To the Perugius who was proud at having outwitted Orsted, Orsted's voice held hints of nostalgia. It was also slightly bitter.
Rudeus.
Nanahoshi turned around and came over to me.
To start with, let's send over something simple. After that, by analyzing the teleportation magic circle's characteristic mana remnants, the monitoring magic circle will adjust the magic circle for parallel world teleportation. After that succeeds, we'll send over a living thing. And finally, myself. Is that good?
It's good, but please excuse me from another teleportation disaster.
Don't worry. There's no need to worry about that.
However, Nanahoshi has performed numerous experiments to ensure that she doesn't cause a teleportation incident. Me and Sylphie helped with that as well.
I am. Then I'll believe in you. You seem to be confident enough. Well then, shall we begin? Yes. Then, starting with an apple.
Nanahoshi probably prepared one ahead of time. From the basket that was left in the corner of the room, she produced an apple. Holding the apple, she climbed onto the magic device, trotted to its center, and placed it there.
Darogyu-sama, if you will.
Uh-huh. Perugius moved to the opposite end of the magic circle. No, not just Perugius. His servants moved one by one into evenly spaced intervals around the magic circle. Only Silveril moved instead to the base of the arch.
Rudeus goes over here.
At Nanahoshi's instruction, I stood opposite to Perugius. Right there were two hand-shaped marks that all but said, "Place hands here."
At my signal, insert mana into there, as much as you possibly can.
Roger that. As told, I put my hands down. It's kind of exciting. I turn my head and look over to Sylphie. She was staring blankly at the magic circle while whispering with Zenoba. They also took the bait, so they must be interested. Eris wasn't taking part in the conversation. She was in her usual pose, looking up at the arch with a seemingly proud expression. She probably simply likes big things. The Orsted who's sluggishly standing behind her is...
Nanahoshi-sama, please begin.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to concentrate. Even though I said concentrate, I just need to pour in mana. In any case, just concentrate.
Commencing.
Perugius once again touched the magic circle. In the next instant, the edge of the magic circle faintly gave off light. However, it was only near the edge. The tiny magic circles around the edge are strongly shining, but the center remains dark. A failure?
Rudeus!
Yes!
As told, I send mana through both hands. The next instant, my right hand felt as if it was sticking to the magic circle. I could tell that my mana was being sucked out with frightening vigor. For some reason, it's only my right hand. Mana is being sucked from my left hand as well, but it's weak compared to the right hand. Should it be strong in the left hand too? The moment I thought that, the amount being sucked from my left hand explosively increased. In exchange, the amount being drawn from my right hand diminished. Right, left, right, left. The strength at which mana was being drawn out alternated. Feeling it carefully, the strength at the fingertips and palm differed slightly. However, rather than mechanical, I could feel as if it were being manually controlled. The one who is controlling it is Perugius, huh? I can't see his face, but it seems like his job wasn't just starting up the magic circle. And then, the ones assisting him are his servants. It's not automatic once started, but needs to be managed. It's correct to call it a magic device. The radiance of the magic circle increased. While changing color from blue to green to white, the room was filled with an overwhelming brightness. It's already too bright to see anything. Is this the intensity of the magic circle? I've never seen a magic circle this bright. No, I've seen it once before. That was during the teleportation incident. Patsu!
A sound rang out, and the light disappeared. No, It didn't disappear completely. The arch, only the arch's light continued to faintly illuminate the surroundings. And then, directly beneath the arch, the very center of the magic circle, the place where the apple was, where the apple used to be, in that place, something bluish-white was remaining. A bluish-white particulate something. The particles lightly floated into the surroundings and slowly disappeared.
The experiment was a success.
Nobody answered Silveral's words. Without waiting for a response, she filled something in on a nearby piece of paper.
From here, we will analyze the mana traces and increase the certainty of parallel world teleportation. However, the data for that analysis is already gathered, so it will not take much time.
While listening to Nanahoshi's explanation, I removed my hands from the magic circle.
Rudeus, are you okay?
When she asked me, I thought back to the mana from earlier. Only one time. With just 1 or 2 activations, the mana drain was that much. If I were to do that repeatedly, it would certainly suck me dry.
I'm okay, but doing that repeatedly would be impossible.
I see. Thank you for your work. I pretty much intend to go at a pace of once every 1 or 2 days. Go rest for today.
Nanahoshi said that and bowed her head, then ran over in Perugius's direction. While discussing this and that with the research team, she was jotting down notes. She'll probably consolidate the reports for this experiment and make use of them for the next one. The parallel world teleportation system itself is complete. All that's left is to put the finishing touches on that arch, and while analyzing the mana traces and observations, change the teleported objects to be progressively more Nanahoshi-like. That will take around 1 more month. It's troubling to take that much time while Gisu is moving in the background. But there's no helping it. This is the result of failing to make Perugius a comrade. Part 2. Since the experiment started, 2 weeks have passed. While I went back and forth between my house and the flying fortress, the experiments continued. The parallel world system itself is complete. All that's left is to put the finishing touches on that arch, and while analyzing the mana traces and observations, change the teleported objects to be progressively more Nanahoshi-like. That will take around 1 more month. It's troubling to take that much time while Gisu is moving in the background. But there's no helping it. This is the result of failing to make Perugius a comrade. Part 2. Since the experiment started, 2 weeks have passed. While I went back and forth between my house and the flying fortress, the experiments continued. The experiments use up quite a bit of mana. It is questionable if that much mana can be recovered in a single day. For the sake of the experiment, I decided that even if someone attacked with this timing, I would try to use as little mana as possible. Once I decided that, I immediately became bored. No, it is not like I had nothing to do. Talking with Zanaba about doll sales, talking with Roxy about improving the magic armor, using the lithographs to exchange information with my collaborators, talking with Orsted about our future plans without results and such. There aren't many free days.
However, compared to this past 1.5 years where I continuously traveled, it is pretty easy. There are times when the Mercenary Corps branches or the doll sales offices contact me through the communication lithograph to make a decision. But in Sharia, there are many people that I can consult with, and I don't need to think of everything from the ground up. Furthermore, travel does not take much time, so I can spend time with the children before going to bed. I talk about the day's happenings to Zenith, who can read minds, talk about Cliff with Ellen Elise when she visits, help teach Lara to talk, watch over Lucy's studies, be made to cry by Aris. Days with few worries. I wonder if this is what it feels like to be an office worker who works every day of the year, taking an extended vacation for the first time in a while. I can somehow understand why Orsted hasn't left Sharia recently. There are times when I wonder if this is okay, but humans need times to rest, and maybe I was in need of some relaxation. If there was late-night fun in bed, it would be awesome, but the abstinent Rudeus needs to have patience until he accomplishes his goal. Part 3.
Now then, after various things, a month has passed. The experiments finished in the blink of an eye. The experiments went very well.
As the experiments progressed, the objects sent to the parallel world changed from fruits to animals. The animals used were larger and larger, and each time the magic circle was adjusted, over and over again. Eventually, a horse around 3 times larger than Nanahoshi was sent to the parallel world. The results of the arch's measurements: the horse was transferred to a land between 10 meters and 30 meters above sea level in the parallel world. That is the limit of our ability to measure from here. There is no way to tell from the mana remains whether it flew to Japan or America. When adapting the same world teleportation circle patterns to parallel world teleportation, all that can be determined is whether it went to land or sea and the general altitude of the land. However, by specifying dry land 10 to 30 meters above sea level, the chances of dying instantly upon teleportation is greatly lowered. Although we say parallel world, there is no guarantee that it is the same parallel world that we know. Of course, since we summoned things like pet bottles from there, the probability is high, but there is no definitive proof. It is possible that it is actually a different world that is very similar to the one we know. Even if it is our old world, with vague constraints like land 10 to 30 meters above sea level, there is a high chance of being sent to a distant foreign country.
And then there is the road home. Although there is a good chance of making it to Japan if she teleports with a large amount of food and water, warm clothing, and something that can be exchanged for money, it will be a rough trip. However, even then, she is going. She has already resolved herself for whatever may happen. All that is left is to send Nanahoshi herself. Taking my mana levels into consideration, the main event will take place in 3 days. Part 4. 2 days after the experiments concluded, Nanahoshi came to my house.
Before I go, I want to use the bath at your house, is what she said. But that's probably just an excuse.
In that case, how about we have a farewell party?
No, there's no need for that.
While saying that, Nanahoshi entered the bathroom. Right now, she's probably all alone in the bathroom. I don't know what her true motives are. Maybe she wants to renew her spirits before the event, or maybe she just wants to say goodbye. Maybe she wants to spend a night with me to make memories of this world, in which case I should go barge into the bathroom. No, there's no way. It's just a delusion brought about by the abstinent Rudeus's overflowing sexual desire. If I actually did that, Sylphie would probably get mad. Yesterday, it seems like she went around saying farewell to everyone she knows here in Sharia, so she's probably here for that. For her last night in this world, she decided to come say farewell to my family. In that case, what I can do is secretly ask Aisha and Lilia to prepare a more extravagant dinner than usual. Mostly potatoes. Norn seems to be coming home today too, so while it may be meager, at least we can send her off warmly.
Hey, wait!
While I was thinking that and helping Sylphie look after Sieg, Lucy came running into the living room, completely naked. Like that, she jumped up into my lap. "Papa, save me!"
What kind of event is this? Being asked for help by a completely nude woman? Since when has Lucy been such a devilish woman? Anyone who refuses isn't a man. Leave it to me. Whether it's a dragon god or a demon king, I'll send them flying!
Rudeus!
The one who appeared was a red-haired demon god. She's also topless.
That's no good. The abstinent Rudeus is weak to that. It hits my weak spot.
Rudeus, catch Lucy for me. She hates baths, even though earlier she said that she needs to take a bath since she was sweating during sword practice.
I caught Lucy.
Sorry, Lucy.
However, you need to take a bath after exercising. I don't wanna. Red Mama's violent. Violent? Eris, hitting me is one thing, but you shouldn't hit children. How rude. I don't hit her. I'm just a little bad at washing hair.
So, that's it. When I look at Lucy, she puffed out her cheeks and grumbled.
Yeah, when Red Mama washes my hair, stuff gets in my eyes and it hurts.
I see. So that's the reason. Rudeus Greyrat thought. I'm sorry, Eris. Even you wouldn't hit children. Then, Lucy, why don't we help you learn to wash your own hair?
Papa is okay.
Lucy began to say something, but held her tongue partway and was taken back to the bathroom by Eris.
Sylphia, I think she wanted to be washed by Rudy.
Yeah, you may be right.
But Nanahoshi is in the bathroom right now. There's no way I can get in. Come to think of it, I didn't tell Nanahoshi, did I? That someone else may come in? No, I think she already knew. The custom of entering my house's bath with several people has been here since the house was first built. After all this time, she probably won't complain about someone barging in.
After a little while, Roxy and Norn came home and went into the bath with Lara. Switching out with them, Nanahoshi, Eris, and Lucy came back while releasing steam. Maybe because it was such a long bath, they were all red.
Guess what, Papa? Nanahoshi Nichan taught me how to wash my hair.
Is that so? Thank you, Nanahoshi.
You're welcome. It seems Nanahoshi was taking care of Lucy. She may have been talking with Eris in the bath, since there wasn't any dangerous atmosphere.
As expected, baths are great. Naked socializing is the way to peace. Part 5. After me and Sylphie had a bath with Aris, it became dinner time. The menu is meat and vegetables and rice. And then potatoes. Potato chips and French fries. Junk food. Nanahoshi made herself inconspicuous at the edge of the dining table, but she helped herself to plenty of potatoes. Even though when she makes it back home, she can have them as much as she wants. Honestly, what a gluttonous potato woman.
This food is pretty good. She didn't eat only potatoes, but had rice as well.
You can get rice in the Flying Fortress, right?
But I like the rice here more, I think.
Is that so? This rice is a product of Sharia, Aisha rice. How about we make the brand name Beautiful Maid? The under 20-year-old virgin maids gathered brawny men bulging with muscles made it in a rice patty that they made while dripping with sweat. My favorite masterpiece. It was made to suit the tongues of the Japanese. This is the last time you'll eat this food. Make sure to chew it properly when eating.
Why did you suddenly take a motherly tone?
After dinner, Nanahoshi kept the children company for a while. Maybe thanks to the naked socializing, Lucy became attached to Nanahoshi. And when Aris is held by Nanahoshi, he buries his face in her chest with a broad smile. Lara is the same as always, though.
Nanahoshi, why don't you spend the night?
In the end, because of Sylphie's words, Nanahoshi ended up staying over. It seems like a natural course of events. However, the guest bedroom was made into a nursery a long time ago. Since there is no place for guests to stay, Sylphie ended up lending Nanahoshi her room. Part 6. That night, I talked with Nanahoshi. In the house where everyone had fallen asleep. In the living room, two people facing each other, illuminated by the moon shining through the window and the light of the fireplace, talked while slowly drinking alcohol. It was just useless talk.
Stuff like Perugius's hobbies and how much Silveril admires Perugius. Like how Orsted and Perugius have poor relations, but seem to recognize each other. It was truly useless idle chatter.
While we were talking, Nanahoshi suddenly said that. Is that the case?
When I first met you, you were a small child, like an elementary school student. And the next time, you were like a middle school student. To be honest, there were times when I thought you were younger than me. However, recently you've been very adult-like. You got married and had kids.
It's not like getting married and having kids makes you an adult, though.
I honestly don't really understand this adulthood and childhood stuff. There's no mistake that in my previous life, I was just a big child, though.
That's true. However, recently you've seemed much more of an adult than me.
Is that the case?
Yeah. You've been thinking about various things, such as your children and family. In comparison, I haven't changed at all.
That's not true.
Nanahoshi has changed a lot from how she used to be. She used to not let anyone approach her. The invincible, silent 7-star Sama.
If it was the you from long ago, you wouldn't have played with my children or anything like that.
Is that really so? However, that was because of the time when you saved me. Until then, I had never thought to get involved with the people of this world.
In the previous world, would you have taken care of children?
Probably no. I might have been a bit cruel because of entrance exams. My tests were coming up too.
Entrance exams and tests. It's got a nostalgic ring. I wonder how many years have passed over there.
Don't say unpleasant things.
Oh, sorry.
Since she came here, roughly 15 years have passed. If 15 years passed over there, she would be like Urashima Taro. It may be possible that as soon as she teleports, Nanahoshi ages 15 years too. However, I somehow get the feeling that not that much time has passed.
Why?
With a drunk face, I told her my thoughts.
Me and Nanahoshi were run over by a truck on the same day, right? However, I came here around 10 years before you, so the flow of time is probably different between here and there. That's why you don't need to worry.
Huh. Is that?
Nanahoshi suddenly put on a thoughtful face.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? We were run over by a truck on the same day.
Does that mean that you were there?
That is...
Wait a minute. Huh. Wait.
Nanahoshi put her finger on her forehead and shut her eyes, as if trying to remember something. She suddenly raised her face.
The fat ass from back then.
Oh, what have I done? It's because of the alcohol, even though I was so careful. Or rather, that's rude. What do you mean by fat ass? Although I was certainly obese.
Wow, I see. So it's that person. Rudeus is that person. You became this cool. Hey.
Nanahoshi-san put her hand to her mouth and opened her eyes wide. Not good. She's become excited. I thought she'd be disgusted, but she somehow seems happy.
Nanahoshi-san, if possible, that is, I'd be thankful if you could keep it a secret from everybody.
Why?
If they find out, they may abandon me.
I don't think they chose you because of your face, though.
Even so, there are things I'd like to keep a secret.
I guess so.
Nanahoshi dropped herself back onto the sofa. So she understands. I thought she'd be obstinate and not cooperate with me, though.
Since Rudeus is different from me, you're reincarnated.
Yeah, that's right. Reincarnation. I can't go back to how I was. It's not like I intend to completely abandon everything from back then, but I don't intend to proactively go looking either. In addition, I think my past life is something to be ashamed of. I do think that I am the way I am now only because of how hopeless I was back then, but shameful things are still shameful.
I understand. I'll keep it to myself.
Please.
Then, I thought back to my previous life. Oh, that's right. I was forgetting something.
What?
Since you already know my identity, well, not really, but I want you to deliver this to my home from my previous life.
Saying that, I laid an envelope out on the table. In this slightly thick envelope, my feelings for my siblings from my previous life were enclosed. It's been 20-odd years since I came here. A lot of things happened in that time. Because of those things, I think I can proudly say I'm different from how I was back then. I'll only say that I'm different, though. I absolutely won't say I've become admirable or anything. Anyhow, an apology for that time, reminiscences, and my current circumstances are all crammed into there. If by chance Nanahoshi is sent to Japan and not a single day has passed, they may wonder what the hell I'm saying. But that's fine. It's like self-satisfaction.
I understand.
As if it were important, Nanahoshi put it into her bag.
I'll make sure it gets delivered.
I'm counting on you.
The destination isn't necessarily Japan. There's no guarantee that she can make it back to Japan after she teleports. But even so, she nodded.
Also, take this.
I handed over one more letter.
Compared to the last one, it's very thin. If several years have passed over there, and you have nobody to rely on, no home, and nowhere to go, this letter asks my siblings to, even if just for a little while, take care of you.
The hands that Nanahoshi received the letter with were trembling.
That's...
Well, I was a parasite over there, so they may not listen. But just in case.
You were a parasite?
Yeah, I was a jobless good-for-nothing.
When she gets there and meets my siblings, it'll get known anyway.
That's a little hard to believe.
Nanahoshi said that and looked long and hard at my face. I wonder if her saying that is proof that I've done my best? If so, it makes me happy.
However, if it comes to that, I'll use this thankfully.
As if it were important, Nanahoshi clutched it to her chest and bowed her head.
Truly, for all you've done for me, thank you very much.
Nanahoshi returns tomorrow. The experiments were perfect. That magic circle is impeccable. However, even so, there is a tinge of anxiety in my heart. The magic circle made with careful preparations and numerous experiments. Nanahoshi is confident, and nobody thinks that it will fail. However, there is a point to be concerned about. There's only one remaining. At the present, I don't intend to say that and make her anxious. In the first place, Nanahoshi should already be aware of that. However, she doesn't say it. It may be she's already made arrangements for that.
Therefore, that is all I said.
Yes.
Nanahoshi nodded. I get the feeling that some things can be accomplished as long as you have a strong will.
Volume 22, Chapter 6, Nanahoshi's Fate, Part 1. The day of Nanahoshi's return has finally come. Only Perugius, his servants, and I were present at the teleportation magic circle. Nanahoshi didn't want anyone else to see her off. She's already gone around and said her farewells to everyone. Our formation is the same as before. I'm the mana supply, Perugius is the controller. Nanahoshi is standing in the center of the magic circle. She's standing there facing me, wearing a traveling outfit and carrying a large backpack. The backpack was packed to deal with any conceivable situation. Rudeus Greyrat. Even though I say that, neither Nanahoshi or I have any experience traveling overseas in our previous world. She should need identification and something to exchange for cash. Also, we don't know if things like magic crystals or scrolls will be usable over there. So we packed roughly what we thought was needed for a journey. After that, it's up to her wisdom and courage to get her through. Nanahoshi looked at me, I looked at her. There's no need to say anything more. We spoke enough yesterday. Anything else is unnecessary.
Rudeus, preparations are complete. At Perugius's signal,
I placed my hands on the teleportation apparatus. Everything's proceeding as usual. We've practiced this experiment many times already. Although not all of the attempts were successful, any points of failure were identified and fixed.
At this point, Perugius and I are veterans. Well, even if I call myself a veteran, all I really do is supply the mana. All right, everything's set. Nanahoshi, that's good. Nanahoshi faced Perugius and nodded.
Yes, Perugius-sama. Thank you for everything.
Formalities are unnecessary. Thanks to you, I have also learned many interesting things.
That's all there was to Perugius and Nanahoshi's farewell. After that, they immediately went back to focusing on what they were doing. Nanahoshi faced me, and Perugius signaled to one of his servants.
Then, let's begin.
At Perugius' signal, the teleportation device started. Everything is proceeding as usual. Perugius and his servants placed their hands on the magic circle. As I begin supplying magic power, the edges of the magic circle begin to faintly give off light.
My mana is being drained at a tremendous rate, but I'm already accustomed to that. Then, reacting to my mana, the magic circle began to shine brightly. First blue, then green, then white. While the magic circle was giving off tremendous amounts of light, I was focused on properly supplying the mana. Thanks to repeating the experiment so many times, I'm accustomed to the timing I need to allocate my mana. Evenly, without waste, not too much, but not too little. The magic circle, as usual, started emitting a black light. Huh? I don't think there's been a black coloring before. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this.
Perugius demanded. Rudeus. The black light's growing stronger. I don't know whether I should continue or stop. I'm not the one controlling the process. I don't know what to do.
Perugius-sama, instructions!
We need more power.
As instructed, I increase the amount of power pouring into the magic circle. My legs are getting weak. Even my vision is going hazy from using this much power. Yet the black magic circle shows no sign of change. But I have a feeling like something's overflowing in my arm. This is the first time I've felt this. This might be dangerous. Very dangerous. Should I cut the power? But Perugia said we needed more magic power. I need to have faith. Crack! Something burst. Then, as if a breaker tripped, the magic circle lost its light. All in a split second. The light normally disappears slowly, but this time it happened in an instant, almost as if all the magic was suddenly absorbed by something. We're still here. The candlesticks in the corner of the room are still giving off light, but the room is shrouded in silence, like a PC shutting down. And of course, needless to say, Nanahoshi was still here, still standing in the center of the magic circle. Everyone is dumbstruck. I am too. The servants look as if they don't understand. A feeling of confusion has filled the room. What happened? What did you do, Rudeus Greyrat?
Huh? Me?
Perugius de la.
Why was the supply of magic cut halfway?
Cut? I didn't, though. I was properly supplying mana.
Perugius de la. Then why did that?
The supply of magic was cut, but I didn't reduce the amount of mana. Rather, I increased it. Somehow, it felt different. No mana was being released from my hands, but I still feel the fatigue from using up an enormous amount of mana.
Perugius de la. If the mana supply was cut, the magic circle should have lost its light. Perugius de la. That's right. There was definitely mana, but the flow was interrupted, as if someone compromised the magic circle.
Looking at the magic circle, it seems like part of it cracked. Was there a bug somewhere and the device short-circuited? No, give me a break. It's not something that would suddenly break. Perugius had his hand on his chin in a thoughtful expression. Nanahoshi descended from the magic circle. Nanahoshi was silent. She lowered her backpack in silence, almost as if she was sleepwalking, and left the room. Looking at Perugius, he's still thinking. Somehow his servants also seem shaken up. What to do? I want to figure out the cause of failure, but now I'll leave that to Perugius. I went after Nanahoshi. Part 2. Nanahoshi was sitting on the bed in her room. Her shoulders and head were drooping. With her head down, I can't see her expression. Judging from her posture, it seems like a mix between fatigue and resignation. And, like me, at least a little shock from the failure. It's time for an honest conversation. I had a sneaking suspicion this would be a failure. That's because of what my future self said. He said, it fails at the very end.
Although I don't know if this is the end, or there's more to come. I never heard the specifics of the failure. It's not something I would have understood. I don't even know whether the experiment turned out differently. Thinking back now, I should have asked for more details, but regrets won't help. Moreover, my future self said I failed to support her. I failed to support her and then Nanahoshi. Although my future self was vague, I have no doubt she met a sorrowful end. In other words, that's now. Here and now, Nanahoshi is depressed. I need to support her. But I don't know how to respond. Failure can happen to anyone. It's no use worrying about. That's normal. Even my future self should have said something like that. No, because my future self became such a hardened person, he might not have said anything at all. In fact, he might have said something horrible and driven Nanahoshi away. He was a considerably horrible person. He might have even said something like, it's probably impossible to return anyway. Just become my woman and attacked her. I'd like to know the failed example. Well, I'll have to think for myself. If my correct answer is a mistake, I'd really like to know what went wrong when I tried to console Nanahoshi. I guess I'll start as always. When Sylphie is like this, I'd sit down next to her, then put my hand on her shoulder.
Is this how you seduce those three?
Nanahoshi-san, can we talk?
Huh. I'm busy. Well, even so, being alone at a time like this, it might be better to talk things out, even if it isn't easy. Even if it doesn't solve the problem, we can work on that afterwards. Getting your spirit back is more important.
The book Nanahoshi had open on her knee caught my eye. Japanese was written on the page. The hypothesis failed at the final stage. That's what was written.
It was good to hear that I would fail beforehand.
Nanahoshi traced her notes with her finger as she said that.
If I failed without knowing that, I would have blamed some defect in the magic circle.
Nanahoshi looked up. She doesn't look depressed. I seem to have misunderstood the fatigue and resignation I saw earlier. After all, Nanahoshi considered the possibility of failure.
Well, maybe she doesn't need my support then. No, it's possible she's still depressed. As I was thinking, Nanahoshi turned back to her notebook.
Hey, do you remember my hypothesis? Hypothesis? I have a feeling that I heard something about that. Somehow, I felt like it was nonsensical. I don't remember it very well. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Nanahoshi's eyes were getting moist again. I'm sorry.
Well, then I'll give you the outline.
Nanahoshi began her explanation. That is to say, she just began reading out of her notebook.
First of all, the Fedoa region metastasis event that summoned me is not originally supposed to happen. Why would something that doesn't originally happen occur? When I heard about your future self, I thought someone from the future sent me to the past. No, more like placed in the past. Because a person who should not originally exist was placed in the past, history changed. The balance of the world's aggregate magic power was broken, causing an adjustment on the scale of the Fedora region disappearing to occur.
Oh, I remember hearing about this, but at the time I had other things on my mind, so I don't remember much. It's a nonsensical conversation, but she's become more energetic. She seems to be recovering from the shock. No, it's too soon to say that. She might just be distracted. I should still keep her company.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Nanahoshi turned to another page in her notes. This page was labeled Who and Why.
From here on is the main issue. Someone in the future modified history, and I was the outcome. Allow me to explain why. It's because of the future. I was able to come to this conclusion because of Orsted. He is sent from the past and does a loop in the present. In the present, Orsted can't really intervene, and his loop is the strongest existence until he wins.
Orsted's father, the first dragon god, sent him. The first-generation dragon god used a secret technique to send Orsted into a fixed-interval time loop. According to Orsted, he can only escape the loop by defeating Hitogami. Until now, he hasn't been able to, but sooner or later, he should succeed. He's definitely strong enough.
I think the fact that we were sent here is related to the fight between the dragon god and human god.
Why's that?
Immediately after I was transferred, the first person I met was Orsted. Afterwards, I met you, and greatly changed Orsted's fate. We intervened in Orsted's loop.
Orsted loops in order to defeat Hitogami. I don't know what will happen after he wins. But to defeat him, the past might have to somehow be altered. Nanahoshi and I might have been placed here as some sort of strategic move. But who would do that? It's Orsted. He loops when he loses. In other words, it's possible that future Orsted brought us here.
But it can't be Orsted. He's not capable of that.
Yeah, because even without modifying the past, Orsted would eventually win. Even if Orsted could alter the past, rather than interfering with his loop, it would make more sense to change events before that, like preventing Laplace from being divided during the Second Human-Demon Great War. Alternatively, there's the possibility that future Orsted has already intervened in his past loops. I have no idea.
It's not possible for Hitogami either. Hitogami was supposed to win in this loop. Even Orsted said as much. Orsted wasn't aware of Gisu's existence. Therefore, he was supposed to win a little later. Like tripping over a small stone. It's completely unexpected. In this loop, without us, Hitogami would definitely win. That's why there would be no reason for Hitogami to change the past. Then, who? For what reason? That is the main subject. Though this is only a hypothesis.
Nanahoshi lightly tapped a name written in her notebook. Written there, the name Shinohara Akihito, and directly beneath it was written Kuroki Seiji, with an X through it, and Rudeus Greyrat written to its side.
Yesterday, you told me who you were, remember? At that time, Aki and I, Shinohara Akihito, was hugging me, and you had pushed Kuroki Seiji to safety. In other words, it's unlikely he was teleported. 3 people were run over by the truck that day. Of them, 2 have been transported to this place, but the remaining person has not. And you were transferred here a decade earlier than I was. In other words, it's likely 3 people were teleported that day, to different times.
Although I've been reincarnated, well, it's not that different.
It's too coincidental that you were transferred, and then I was. So it would make sense if Shinohara Akihito was transferred to the future, and Shinohara Akihito met Orsted.
This is the first time this has happened in Orsted's loops. Future Orsted befriended Shinohara Akihito, and, realizing he couldn't beat Hitagami, moved to secure victory.
So someone from the future modified the past.
Then that led to the Fedora region's disappearance? That guy, Shinohara Akihito, came up with a method to modify the past? It's not something he could do himself. However, just like we've met many people here, he must have met various people as well. That's how he must have found someone with the power to alter the past.
A Miko. That word suddenly flashed across my mind. Zenoba has superhuman strength. The Miko and Millis can read memories just by looking into her target's eyes. It wouldn't be strange if there's a Miko with the power to alter the past. Has Orsted mentioned someone like that?
He did. A Miko who can rewind an object's time.
Rewinding an object's time, huh? That's a little different from what I thought. Although it's not what I expected, the Miko's power is undoubtedly related to time.
However, the Miko has an incredibly weak fate and dies quickly as a result. And Shinohara Akihito saved the Miko.
Everything is clicking into place. Shinohara Akihito met the Miko. In addition, he met Orsted and probably created a magic tool to amplify the Miko's ability. Nanahoshi and Perugius created this powerful teleportation device. Cliff and Zanaba created the magic armor. It's the same thing. Then, using that ability, he altered the past. But how is the teleportation's failure connected to this? That's just it.
Nanahoshi turned to another page. There, written across the top, my future in case I can't return home.
I considered that. I was looking for Shinohara Akihito, and he was looking for me. Well, it's only a hypothesis. I am unable to return now because I am supposed to return with Shinohara Akihito in the future. Or perhaps I can't return until some event comes to pass. Or maybe both.
In other words, that's it. I'll put it in order. In the future, for some reason, a man named Shinohara Akihito was summoned. Shinohara collaborated with Orsted. However, it was impossible to win against Hitagami in that state. Upon investigating, he found the cause was in the past. Therefore, by amplifying the Miko's power, he modified the past. Perhaps that's why I was summoned here. That's why Hitagami saw that he would be killed by my descendants in the future. So the unknown person who was there with Orsted and my descendants was Shinohara Akihito. However, there's a problem. He had no way to return to his original world. So Shinohara Akihito borrowed the Miko's power again. This time summoning Nanahoshi, who's dying to return home. And because of that, she made the teleportation magic circle. However, that might have been overdoing it. So the entire Fedora region ended up disappearing. Thinking about it, I'm starting to get annoyed at this Shinohara Akihito guy. If this hypothesis is correct, the entire Fedora region was annihilated because Shinohara Akihito was selfish. Although, it's only a hypothesis.
No, I can't really blame him. It's possible that Shinohara Akihito was out of other options. His only choice might have been modifying the past. Doing something like that is dangerous. He may have chosen to modify the past in order to protect something important, even if it could cost him his life. When I came to this world, my number of important things increased. My wives, my children, my sisters. In order to protect them, I became Orshade's subordinate. Orshade turned out to be a surprisingly good guy, but I didn't know that at the time. I was sure I would be ordered to do inhumane things. And I'm sure I would have obeyed those orders in order to protect my family. We might be the same in that regard. The only difference is what we consider important. I see.
Then, Nanahoshi, if you assume your hypothesis is correct, what are you going to do?
Well, until I play my part, it won't be possible for me to return home. I already finished the teleportation device, so there's nothing left for me to do.
If Nanahoshi's role is completing the teleportation device, then I wonder what my role is. Leading Orsted to victory? Or maybe my purpose is to kill Gisu when all of our enemies are gathered at one point. Thinking about it, dealing with Gisu is my primary concern. Hitogami may have others besides Gisu hiding, but I'm unable to return, so there must be something else I have to do. All right, if I think about it, my purpose here must be to send Shinohara Akihito back to our original world in the future. Yeah, that's just it, isn't it? I made the device, but if he doesn't know how to use it, he can't return. Well, yeah, even if there's a mana battery like me, it would be difficult to operate the device. It seems unlikely that Perugius would still be alive. But this way of thinking, isn't it too much? It should be fine to make a manual or something. Or perhaps I'm already in the future. Oh, that could be problematic. If a time paradox occurs, it might not be possible to return. If Nanahoshi returns now, future Nanahoshi won't exist. If it's the future that's changing the past, then the future is the priority, so the magic device's operation might become ambiguous.
But it might be impossible for me to survive another 80 years. Disease is always a risk. As Nanahoshi said that, she looked towards a teacup in the corner of the room. It's easy to forget, but Nanahoshi is already suffering from a chronic illness, a parallel world AIDS. Presently, the symptoms are suppressed by routinely drinking tea made from sokasu grass. However, she doesn't know when she'll contract another disease. Projecting 80 years into the future, her survival rate lowers.
So, what will you do?
Therefore, I'll request Perugius to stop my time.
One of Perugius's servants, Sukeya Koto of Time. It's possible to stop time for whomever he touches. With that power, Nanahoshi can definitely survive. For a long time, though it's unlikely to last the entire time. Perugius won't be able to leave Sukeya Koto idle when Laplace revives. Laplace will revive in 80 years, 50 at the soonest. And if Orsted cannot reach Hitogami without defeating Laplace, then Mr. Shinohara will help him. Nanahoshi will wake up at the perfect time. So, Rudeus, I have a request for you.
A request? I wonder what it is.
You have to make sure Shinohara Akihito does not overlook my existence. I'll leave this book to you to help you set up more teleportation sites. After that, even though it's taboo, I want you to announce the existence of teleportation magic circles to the world and help advance its research.
Will that be necessary?
What if my hypothesis is incorrect? I mean, it would be strange if everything fit together just like that. 80% of it could be considered a delusion. There's no insurance. If my hypothesis is wrong, then 80 years later, I'll be able to return properly.
That hypothesis seems pretty reliable. Even if it's slightly off, I feel like it's pretty much correct. But that's just it. It's not necessarily correct. Even if Shinohara was transferred too, it's not limited to just that. The reason Nanahoshi can't return might actually be due to a defect in the magic circle. Although we think it's perfect now, there might be some obscure problem that can't be resolved without a breakthrough.
Of course, I plan to check on the situation several times a year. Things might turn out differently.
The situation can change. Her hypothesis isn't necessarily correct either. And I want to help Nanahoshi return home to the best of my abilities. I also have a reason. I went through great pains to write the letter I entrusted to her. I understand. I nodded.
Part 3. Afterwards, we tried again. Once again,
After reviewing the magic device, we tried to send Nanahoshi home. There was no problem with the magic circle. Even after carefully examining it, there was no particular damage. But it was still impossible. As if it was being obstructed by someone. The mana supply was insufficient. Because I know it's not a problem on my end, unless Perugius is lying, it might really be interference from the future. Or it could be Hitogami's interference. Thus, Nanahoshi's return ended in failure. No, I shouldn't really say it's ended. After the failure, Perugius announced Nanahoshi was put in chronostasis. I thought Perugius might object, but he readily accepted. After being asked to lend Sukeakoto of time to put Nanahoshi to sleep, after seeing her inconsolable expression for a moment, he just muttered, "Is that so?" and consented. They might have discussed it beforehand, regarding what would happen if it fails.
Then, Rudeus, Perugius-sama, for everything that happens from here on out, thank you in advance.
That was the last thing Nanahoshi said before disappearing into her room. From this point on, she'll only wake up when Sukanakoto of Time's magic is interrupted. About once a month.
When I think about the fact that I've basically been estranged from Nanahoshi for the past few years, I don't really feel lonely. It's almost like she's going somewhere far away. I don't exactly feel lonely, but some other emotions are swirling about in my chest. I wonder what this feeling is. In any case, I don't feel very refreshed.
Rudeus Greyrat!
While trying to sort out those feelings, I was about to leave the Sky Fortress when Perugius called out to me.
I hate the word fate.
I'm not fond of it myself. That's a bit abrupt. I don't know why we're having such a talk now, but I agree. I don't like the idea of dancing on someone's palms.
Perugius Dola.
The idea of the future determining the past is ridiculous. I won't accept something like that. Perugius truly seemed to hate the idea and looked towards the room Nanahoshi disappeared into. The very idea of it ridicules the past and belittles the present. I won't accept it.
Even though you say that so plainly, you readily lent your servant to Nanahoshi.
Then fixed his eyes on me with a severe look. I believe the magic circle was defective. Nanahoshi seems to have already given up, but I will not. While she is asleep, I will complete the magic circle. I swear it on my title of Dragon King. Perugius seems motivated. Although his eyes look a little dark, they seem to have a fire lit in them. But unfortunately, I cannot match your aggregate magic power. Rudeus Greyrat, lend me your power.
I don't mind. However, Perugius-sama, why would you go that far for Nanahoshi? As I said that, Perugius's expression suddenly calmed. I guess he doesn't know why himself, and he's just looking towards the future. And, as if he suddenly had an idea, he raised his eyebrow.
For the past, this is the future. It was the past just now, and now it's the future. I believe my pupil has made a foolish mistake and want to correct it. Until Laplace's revival, this is just killing time.
A foolish mistake? I guess to Perugius, Nanahoshi's behavior might be like a child sulking in bed. Even if it's useless right now, in the future something might change. It's wishful thinking. I understand. I'll cooperate.
You have my thanks.
Don't mind it.
It was a comfortable exchange, and I couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Maybe Nanahoshi might not return in my lifetime. But if, for some reason, she isn't able to return, there are people who care for her. Knowing that somehow makes me happy. Part 4. Just like that, Nanahoshi went to sleep. until the future. I feel refreshed. My gloominess from before has lifted. A strange feeling remained. Perhaps, even without me, Nanahoshi can return in the future. Since my future self had a sad expression, without hearing her hypothesis, he must have assumed she committed suicide after hearing from Perugius. Whatever the case, that is one thing done. Perugius is going to continue with the research, though Nanahoshi might also do something in the future. Well, what is done is done. It is time to switch tracks. Nanahoshi is capable of thinking for herself and choosing her own path. I also have things I have to do. All right, the next place on the list is Sword God Golfarion. Let's go with Eris and 2 other people. Simple is best, though I am a little uneasy going without backup. I have heard that the Holy Land of Swords does not have many bright guys. It is full of guys that have discussions with their fists. But before that, I need to report to Orsted regarding Nanahoshi's decision, although he might already heard her hypothesis. Nevertheless, I have to report the outcome.
While thinking so, I headed towards Orsted's office on foot.
Ah, Chairman Rudeus, thank you for your hard work.
When I entered the lobby, the receptionist girl bowed. This child is energetic.
The president is waiting for you in the back.
Gotcha! While replying, I entered the president's office. After entering, I closed the door, took a stance with my feet shoulder-width apart, and put my hands behind my back. As always, I bowed to Orsted, who was sitting at his desk. There is a report.
Orsted, let's hear it.
Nanahoshi's return failed. She believes the cause is in the future. Perugius lent her Sukiya Koto of time to sleep until then.
I see. Orsted slowly removed his helmet, then placed his hand on his temple and let out a long sigh.
What did Perugius say?
That he believes the failure was caused by a defect in the magic circle, and that he will improve the magic circle in order to return Nanahoshi.
Is that it?
And that the past cannot be determined by the future.
That is right. That sounds like something Perugius would say.
Orsted's voice somehow sounded more muffled in emotion than usual. Now, as usual, his voice is level and he has a sour look.
You've heard about Nanahoshi's matter. What are you going to do?
For the time being, I'll gradually consider Nanahoshi's matter. I think I should head to the Sword God, Golfarion. As usual, I would like to request the details.
I see. I've already compiled information regarding Golfarion.
Orsted retrieved a stack of papers from a cabinet. Preparations are good this time. I would be fine just talking, but this is good too. Shouldn't compiling these kinds of documents be my role? No, it is too late for that. I shall gratefully accept this.
Orsted, everything is written in this document. Avoid fighting Golfarion.
Yes.
After that...
Suddenly, Orsted shifted his line of sight. I am tempted to look as well. There, stones are lined up in a row. Although they look like tombstones, they are the communication lithographs I've installed in various locations. At the bottom of each lithograph, the name of the installation location is written. Asura Kingdom, Milis, Oryu Kingdom, doing well. The Magic Continent, the number has increased quite a bit. This is less like a president's office and more like a server room. Orsted's gaze was directed to a certain point. One of the lithographs emitted a pale light. That lithograph corresponded to the one in Otofei's fortress. The letter was brief. Kishirika Kishirisu has been captured.
Volume 22, Chapter 7, A Second, Part 1. Fort Nekros, located in the Gaslow region of the Demon Continent. Deep within the most impregnable fortress in the Demon Continent, within a dungeon seldom used, was a prisoner. This prisoner had shackles around their hands, balls and chains around their legs, and was wearing pajamas with blue and white stripes. It was a miserable sight. The growl resounding throughout the prison was originating from the depths of the prisoner's stomach. One might say this sound of displeasure was proof the prisoner did not think of their present situation as comfortable. Alternatively, the prisoner was just hungry. Out! Suddenly, the prison door was opened, along with two daunting men clad completely in pitch-black armor. They made the prisoner stand and took them outside the prison, the ball and chains making scraping sounds as they were dragged along. Yet the prisoner showed no sign of heeding the balls and chains, apparently having a surprising amount of strength. Being led by the Black Knights, the criminal exited the prison. Past a long corridor and up a passage of stairs, the prisoner had arrived at an audience hall. "Hurry up!" The prisoner had their back shoved as if receiving a verdict and staggered their way into a circular plaza surrounded by violet candle stands. Raising their head, the prisoner saw a throne. The throne that the prisoner once sat upon, that a demon king now did. A Tofei. The female demon king was clad in pitch-black armor. The moment the prisoner saw her, the prisoner's face dyed with anger.
What meaning is this?
The prisoner shouted from the bottom of her stomach. Maybe due to there being nothing in her stomach, her voice left a strong echo.
I follow he is who's stronger than me. Just like with Laplace and after. That's all.
In response, the most feared demon king on the demon continent glared at the criminal, almost becoming irritated.
How wretched! Necros would roll over in his grave. Father said that I should live however I want to. That is simply because you listen not to what anyone speaks. He merely gave up because you can only live selfishly anyway. I'm not an idiot!
The demon king roared. But the criminal didn't care for her anger, only sneering with an aloof face.
You are. You've always been a giant idiot, and you even know that. You know that you bite at the bait right in front of your eyes without a thought in the world. I do not. Coleman said I was clever. He said I had good memory. Oh, but a Tofei. The criminal made a declaration to the Demon King, using words that shouldn't have been said.
It's not but flattery.
The Demon King snapped. She was hair-raisingly angry. The surrounding Black Knights clung onto her, but were promptly flung about. But the Black Knights wouldn't succumb, grouping up and stopping the Demon King in her tracks. The Demon King flailed her arm about while declaring the death sentence for the prisoner. A Tofei strained hard, yelling wildly. "You bitch! Die! I'll kill you! Die again!"
Try learning arithmetic or such if it is so irritable.
Gah!
The criminal further provoked the Demon King, who mustered all her strength and forced back the Black Knights.
Lord Kirishika, please cease this. Please do not provoke Lord Atafei any further.
Shut up. This one followed you lot because you told this one you would feed this one something good, and all this one gets is poor treatment. This one shan't feel better until this one has said at least that much.
Yes, the criminal had fallen for a trap, deceived. She had been lured by the words, "Miss, we'll give you something yummy, so come with us for a moment," by men who had stripped off their trademark black armor and had fallen into a trap. Yes, there was bait dangling right in front of her eyes. She followed along without a thought in the world, and she fell into a pitfall. The promise had been broken. The criminal was given nothing delicious of the sort. In the first place, this one has yet to hear the reason why this one has been taken captive. What has this one done? This one has done no misdeed of the sort. Then
The criminal's hands began to fidget and rub together. She had far too many misdeeds that came to mind. Thinking about them, the criminal had the delusion that she had done nothing but bad things, her hands stained in wrongdoings. It was natural for someone to be angry at her. But the Demon King declared, "You haven't done anything bad." Her anger had settled in just a few seconds. Leaving aside if it were someone else, the Demon King knew there was little meaning in getting angry at this particular criminal. "Then for what purpose? Even you are not so spiteful a person to imprison this one over nothing. The times when you do this are the times when you're mistaken or when you've been deceived by someone." Then the criminal had realized something. "That must be it! You've been tricked by someone again." "You're wrong. I'm not being tricked."
"Oh, those deceived speak such! Very well. Tell this one everything about it. There's still time left before it is unrecoverable, and this one shall help. So won't you take these manacles off?"
The criminal presented her manacles in front of her. The Demon King, in response, faced the fading day after tomorrow.
Deception is done through conversation, but that isn't what we did. We fought. We fought each other. After the battle, I admitted defeat. You lie! As if someone who hates losing as much as you would admit defeat openly. The man I lost to and recognize is him.
The Demon King pointed. There was a magician wearing a gray robe with an evil expression. It was a lecherous face that looked like he had 3 women serving upon him. Alternatively, it was also likely the man was just smiling with all his might. "You are Rubens."
Close, but not quite. Certainly with the amount of mana you possess, even a Tofei might.
The criminal was overcome with terror. She had met this magician just 2 times in the past. The first time they had met, she had laughed at his disgusting amount of mana. And the second time, she had laughed at the magic power that could repel a Demon King. There was no laughing the third time. She couldn't laugh at the man who made a Tofei submit, and at the man who captured her. The magician laughed while quietly overlooking her. "Truth is, there's something I want to give you, you see."
Whoa, what is it? A requiem?
It's something much better.
The magician was brimming with joy and made a bright smile.
This one will be tricked not. Humans always do such. They try to trick this one by using sweet words."
The criminal offered resistance, but there was no escape. Her voice was trembling, and she was holding down her groin that was on verge of losing control while seeking refuge in a fluster.
Let's see if you can still say that after seeing this.
The magician lowered the bag that was on his back and reached a hand inside. What came out was a black box.
A small shriek leaked from the prisoner's throat. A deep black box. Just imagining what could be in such a black box thoroughly stoked the criminal's fears. What in the world could be in it? No matter what it is, it's a deep black box. There was no doubt something inconceivably horrific was inside. Because it's black!
Once you take this, you'll want to do anything I say.
What?
He opened the box. In there were rings the size of a fist, tightly packed inside. The rings were yellow, with a white something sticking to them like mold. This eerie sight, dangerous color, and sweet aroma drifting from them caused the criminal's hair to stand on end.
What are those? What do you intend to do with them?
These, you see, are for this. The magician picked one out by the hand and drew it near Kishirika's mouth. Simultaneously, 2 black knights seized the criminal so that she couldn't move a muscle.
Say ah.
Stop it! Rudeus's point of view. Kishirika Kishirisu, the great empress of the demon realm, was crying while eating the donuts I brought. Such a wonderful thing existed in the world. These wonders! They were donuts made with eggs and sugar procured from the holy country of Milas. The producer? Aisha Greyrat. A while back, she had heard from Nanahoshi that there was a food like this and had taught herself how to make them. Our meals at home are made using plenty of oil, so gathering the ingredients was simple. This one knows not what to say. Mayhaps this one was born to happen upon this flavor. Kishirika had looked like she was in a bad mood when she arrived in the audience hall, but it looked long cured by now. Must be the magic of donuts. When we were having the donuts sampled, Roxy had tried some too, and the result was exceptional. I'm not sure I've ever seen Roxy look so happy before. I, at least, can't make her produce such a happy-looking expression. No, I was the one who made the route to Milas to replenish stocks. Therefore, it could be said I was the cause of that happy expression. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm making Roxy very happy with donuts that Aisha made. Regardless, donuts have the magic power to render demons powerless. Oh, but that magic power was limited since the magic worked on a number of caste system. Kishirika had finished eating 12 donuts and was making a sorrowful expression. Is there no more?
There isn't. Hey, if you were to give this one a second helping, this one would grant anything you desire. Those are the words I wanted to hear.
I spoke with a smile, and Kishirika made an expression of realization and tightly embraced her own body.
So you're after this one's body. No matter how many delicious things you feed this one's body is bodies. But being allowed to eat such deliciousness...
I'm abstinent for the time being, so I'll pass.
I see. Enduring it does not do wonders for one's body, you know.
Even if I were unable to endure it, I would ask my wives.
Wives? Oh, is that so? You are already married. Goodness gracious, humans grow so quick.
Now then, for the issue at hand. I came here today just to ask this. Since Kishirika will reward whoever gives her food, I went out of the way to have donuts made. To start, I wish for you to find a man named Gisu using your power.
Huh. Gisu.
Yes, his characteristics are...
I told Kishirika Gisu's detailed characteristics and what was thought to be his real name that was written in the letter.
I feel like I've heard about this fellow somewhere. One moment.
Kishirika, her mouth still dirty, began moving her eyes around. Her eyes were transforming like a clattering slot machine and suddenly stopped at a certain moment. They were one of Kishirika's magic eyes, clairvoyance. She examined the air with them and began viewing somewhere else with a frown.
Oh, looks good.
Kishirika mumbled, her gaze roaming. And once again, at a certain timing, Kishirika came to a sudden halt.
Found him!
It was in no time at all.
The kingdom of Biharo, the eastern tip of the northern lands. He is speaking with someone in a forest. Good gracious, such a villainous face!
Kishirika bent even more forward while letting out an ee laughter.
Now then, he is speaking to...
Instantly, Kishirika's expression dimmed.
I can't see anymore.
Kishirika made a serious expression, a complete change from a moment ago, and she closed her eyes. She faced toward the sky while keeping her eyes closed, as if resting them. But after a short while, she slowly opened them.
This feeling... That must be it. The one you are fighting against currently is Hitogami, isn't it?
In a complete contrast to her usual self, she was giving off a quiet impression, almost like a different person. That's right. To fight Hitogami means, in other words, you are a follower to the dragon god, are you not?
Right. Kishirika folded her arms and tightened her jaw. It was a forced thinking pose. Several seconds later, she again looked up at the sky, as if gazing at the moon. Although currently it was noon, the weather was good, only clouds were passing by.
And Atofe, you are following this man? Then, mayhaps this is divine will.
There wasn't a trace left of her usual playful atmosphere, almost like a sage.
I wonder how that happened. Did the donuts go down the wrong pipe? Lord Kishirika, you know of Hitogami?
Indeed. This one has history with him. Honestly, this one thought the connection was already gone. History, you say? 'Tis nothing much. A mere 4,200 years ago, this one was used, both this one and body, by Hitogami, who wanted to kill Laplace. 4,200 years ago? Around the Second Human-Demon War. If I recall, the fighting god and dragon god had fought. Indeed. Body, clad in the fighting god armor in order to protect me, fought with Laplace, the demon dragon king. Huh? His Majesty Body Gotti had?
I suppose the truth just revealed could be called shocking. So the man behind the fighting god was Body Gotti? Orsted never told me anything like that.
The fighting god armor being lost is an old tale. However, best be cautious if Body Gotti appears. Even now, a part of him feels indebted to that damn Hitogami. Mayhaps he will rally with the enemy.
Understood. It's not that I want to fight with the cheerful Demon King, but him becoming an enemy is something I need to keep in mind. If possible, I want him to have long forgotten this debt and become my ally.
Well, for someone who has turned Atofe ally, this one believes you should be able to deal with the current body. But please, kill him not if you can help it.
Badi Gotti is Atofe's little brother and engaged to Kishirika. They're family. Demons may be big-hearted, but I doubt they would sit back and be quiet over family being killed, regardless of the circumstances. Very well. To begin with, I don't think I could kill him so simply, honestly.
Indeed. Tenacity is the saving grace for immortal demons. So has it.
Kishirika said, glancing at Atofe. Atofe was making a confident expression, but I think that it probably wasn't a compliment.
Also, come just a bit closer.
Lured by that, I approached her. She had her hand close to her mouth, so it was likely a secret conversation.
Move your face just a little closer.
What is it?
Here, sploosh.
Kishirika suddenly thrust her fingers into my left eye, and I felt a sharp pain. Yah! I reflexively tried to escape to behind, but Kishirika had a hold on my hair, and I couldn't. I'm wearing the Mark II magic armor, so why can't I escape? It hurts, it hurts. Oh, actually, it's probably best to not run from this.
Oh, you became docile.
I accepted Kishirika's action. It did hurt and was giving me a splitting headache. I understood what she was doing by suddenly shoving in her finger and fiddling around. It's the second time, after all.
It's over.
Finally, Kishirika pulled out her fingers.
pain still remained in the eye, as well as a sense of blindness. But I understood all too well that I didn't lose my eyesight.
One gift in exchange for something delicious is this one's personal rule.
Kishirika.
This eye makes the second.
I was kneeling before Kishirika on one knee while holding the eye that was in pain.
This one has no concern in this battle, but this one has just a slight history with Hitogami. This one is a freebie and farewell gift.
I took off my hand, and my vision was doubled, and as if one eye had been left in the palm of my hand, it was seeing completely different scenery. It made my head hurt.
Clairvoyance. An eye only for seeing the distant. But this one I'm sure you'll find use of it.
Clairvoyance, huh? I promptly closed my right eye and gathered mana in my left eye. Adjusting the mana just like when using the foresight eye, I tried to see far away. I was overlooking Fort Necros' entrance from the audience hall. There, a black knight had his helmet off and was scratching the top of his head. I moved my sight even more. When I gathered mana, the sky soared through my vision. Like a camera that can zoom in endlessly, I steadily kept soaring. I could see a crater, and in the crater was a town, but I couldn't see the entirety of the town. I put in more mana to view ever further, but stopped at a mountain. I could view the fine details of the mountain rocks and a great king land tortoise yawning, but that was all. When there's an obstacle in the path, my gaze will be obstructed there. Ceasing the flow of mana, my sight returned to my original position. All it can do is simply view far away. I can't call it easy to use even in flattery, but it's by no means bad.
This one is sure that you at present can even accustom yourself to using 2 magic eyes simultaneously.
Thank you very much. I expressed my gratitude to her in honesty.
Indeed. Well then, Rudeus, if you find yourself troubled again, you may rely on this one. As long as it has not to do with Hitogami, I will aid you.
Kishirika took off her manacles and cut the chains attached to her legs with a chop. Moreover, she ripped off her blue-striped pajamas, returning to her usual bondage outfit. Then she made a powerful jump.
Farewell! This one?
Bliff! Kishirika landed face first, because Atafe had a tight hold on her leg. Hold it.
What is it? You even interrupted this one's outstandingly cool exit scene.
Kishirika glared at Atafe, while blood poured out of her nose. Atafe undauntedly looked down over Kishirika. Listen to my request. What is this? This one won't listen to the person who suddenly captured this one and tossed this one into a prison. Hands off! Shoo shoo! Kishirika wiped her nosebleed while shooing Atafe away with her other hand. But Atafe showed no mind to this and grabbed Kishirika by the collar. The bondage outfit was stretched tight, and the apex of Kishirika's small breasts were exposed to all.
Ooh, no, Rudeus the Abstinent won't be tempted by such a... Atafe, insistently demanding. Tell me where Earl and Alex are. Rudeus needs strong men, right? They should be able to prove their worth. Kishirika, defiantly refusing. This one told Rudeus but a moment ago? Moreover, this one even gave him a magic eye as a special service. Any more is out of the question. Rudeus, internal monologue, curious. Earl and Alex. I wonder who they'll air. I'm sure they'll have some use since Atafe is saying so, though. Atafe, repeating demand. Tell me. Kishirika, stubbornly whining.
This one doesn't wanna!
Rudeus, internal monologue, strategizing. But Kishirika wasn't listening. Still, I learned Gisu's location. I may not know what he's up to, but even if it's an unreasonable request, I want to increase my allies. The more allies, the better. Unreasonable? That's right. I had this, didn't I?
I recalled the existence of the sinister skull ring on my finger, Randolph's ring. Miss Kishirika, please take a look at this.
Ooh, what's this? This one finds it familiar. But where? It's Randolph's wish. Oh, Randolph! This one has remembered. That is that fellow's ring!
Kishirika's reaction was dramatic. To be specific, her complexion went deathly pale.
Yes, his wish. Because this one has become indebted to him. Because this one is extremely indebted to him. Why is it that each time he aids this one, you can just eventually repay me? Eventually. Oh, that laugh. Each time this one sees that smile, this one trembles in fear over what he might request.
You'll be even with this.
Truly? For true? Then, but a moment.
Kishirika again stared into the air. The search time took only a few seconds. What a handy search engine she is. Kishirika.
I cannot tell. I believe he is somewhere around a Sora, but whether he is in an area with dense mana or using a magic eye seal, it is blurred. Alex is walking upon a road. His course leads him to the kingdom of Behavioral.
Oh dear. Again. Is this coincidence? Atofe nodded in approval over the part I was thinking about. Atofe.
I see. Then just perfect. Rudeus, if you head to Behavioral, search for a man named Alexander. He should be helpful. Rudeus. What kind of person is he? Atofe. He's Kalman III, the North God! Oh, Kalman III, the North God. He's one of the people I had thought of calling out to if I found him. So his name was Alexander? I was under the impression his name was Kalman. Huh? But wait, why is he going to Behavioral? Why know where Gisu is? Is it coincidence? Sounds like a trap. Yep, it's a trap.
Ha ha! All right, is that all? This one is going now, okay? No one will grab this one's legs, waist, or shoulders, right? Then, farewell! Fa ha ha ha! Fa ha ha ha! Fa, fa, fa ha ha!
While I was worried, and Atofe was standing behind me with her arms folded, she left behind a Doppler effect, and the loud laughter disappeared into the distance.
Was getting caught on purpose? As ever, she's a person like the Tempest. Regardless, I've obtained Gisu's whereabouts and clairvoyance. Part 2. I bid farewell to Atofe and return to Sharia. I've caught wind of where Gisu is, but at the same time, I also obtained information that North God Kalman III, one of the 7 world powers, is heading toward the same place. All I have is a bad premonition about it. Then what to do? Should I move to speak to the Sword God? Would it be best to move out before Gisu can speak to Kalman III, make Kalman an ally, and quickly defeat him? The latter is better for removing enemies and increasing allies, but if Gisu perceives my coming, he'll just run right away. Since not running would mean he already has his fighting force in order, the former would be better. I should still scout it out first. In addition, I should prevent escape, arrange a force, and corner him with certainty. It's a pity Kishirika had gone. Were she here, I would have a more detailed account on the situation. I suppose I couldn't just somehow keep that handy search engine around forever. With these thoughts in mind, I had made it home.
Oh, welcome back, Nya. You came back at the perfect time, Yano.
There were 2 unusual people here, Renia and Prasenna. They were sitting on my home's living room sofa, as if they owned the place. No, that's not actually accurate. Sitting as if she owned the place was Eris. Renia and Prasenna had their heads placed on Eris's lap and were being caressed behind their ears. They were completely and utterly docile.
Eris Rudeus Greyrat. Welcome back.
Thank you. Eris, upon seeing me, did not stop her hand and continued stroking.
Boss, I have a report, nya. And it's good news, Nano.
The two said, while not getting up. They were purring like they were extremely comfortable. They've already been completely tamed, it seems.
Here, Nano.
Persena, still lying down, passed me a piece of paper. What an attitude. I don't actually mind, though.
Renia Dodoldia. A report came from the East, nya. A demon with green hair that was the spitting image of the doll, with a jewel on his forehead. A Supard was sighted, nya. That's what's written on it, nya.
Oh, at last!
I took the paper and read through it. On it was written a concise report of the finding. It looks like a certain country's trader had done business with a man. Near him was a stick with a white handle wrapped in a cloth, and he wore a metal-plated headband. He was clad in a heavy robe and wore his hood low. But having gotten a glimpse under the robe due to a strong wind, the man was wearing something like a native dress identical to the doll's. Apparently, he had bought medicine while trying to avoid attention. They didn't know what kind of medicine he purchased, but his appearance resembled Ruijerd's.
What?
Having read to the end, my eyes stopped on the final line. Location cited: the Kingdom of Bihariel, half a day west from the second largest town of Irel, a village near the Land Dragon Forest Valley. Bihariel. Hearing it 3 times in one day, even someone as dense as me will get it.
So that's how it is.
Gisu, North God Kalman III, and Ruijerd? It can't be a coincidence at this stage. Something is definitely about to happen in the Kingdom of Bihariel. Or rather, Gisu is trying to make something happen. Even this letter might be a trap laid by Gisu. Maybe he will use Ruijerd as a shield. Or just maybe, even Ruijerd has been made an enemy.
It's too early to tell, but there is one thing I do know. If there is a possibility that Ruijerd will be exposed to danger, even if Ruijerd is being used as bait to lure me in, then I have to go. The preparatory phase is over. The time for the decisive battle has come.
Thank you so much for listening. Creating these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed this journey, please consider subscribing to support the channel. Only a small percentage of our listeners are subscribed, and your support makes a huge difference. If you want to hear more light novels, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next chapter.